Hello, everyone, and good morning. Welcome to the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. It's the month of May, and it's the second cup final. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and above me in this virtual studio is none other than Phil, aka Death Adder. How are you doing today, dude?
Not too bad. Again, it is fairly early in the morning, and we can only hope that the competitors are wide awake. So, once again, probably going to be off to a bit of a slow start. But if you just joined us, the new format for the Community Rumble is, of course, 2 cups a month, and it's a fixed game mode. So you don't have to think too much about the strategy and, be confused about that. You just have to focus on one singular game mode and go for it. And that should make for easier kind of gaming, easier kind of competition for teams, especially newer teams or teams that just formed. They don't have as much chemistry. They don't have to focus on 5 or 6 different game modes and maps. So we're going to pop that up on the screen right now, and you can see what we're talking about. So 2 cups a month, and what happens is it's over the weekend. Saturday is when the qualifiers happen. And then the top 4 teams from that go on to the final day, which is on the preceding Sunday, that is, or Sunday the next day. So every month, 2,400 buckaroos up for grabs. And of course, April was Brawl Ball, but this month is none other than Heist. We saw some pretty good games last weekend, Quack. What do you have for us this weekend? What do you think is going to happen?
Ooh, this weekend. First of all, I love the way you say buckaroos. And it just reminds me that, before this new format, the prize pool was $1,200 a month, and it's pretty much double. But, speaking about this month, last week it was Heist. We saw a lot of Colette plays, especially on throughout all the maps. Sometimes you even have a Jessie here or there just because she has a turret boosted up. I think it's called Recoil Spring, and she gets that extra fire rate, extra firepower. But, this month, man, we have something pretty interesting. I want to say that we are in uncharted waters, uncharted territory, because we got 3 new teams with us. 3 new teams. I'm not sure if they are the same few players that we've seen before with different names or what have you, but I don't think we've ever seen them before, right? Covalent, Mac Daddy, and Upru. This is a team that did quite well. There were 19 teams that played in the qualifiers yesterday, and 4 remain, and those are the 4 teams that we have today. Of course, just to touch on how these brackets play out, first we'll have the upper bracket round 1, sort everyone into their upper bracket finals, the lower brackets, and upper bracket round 1 will be a best of 3, and every other game mode from there on out will be best of 5, all the way up to the grand finals, and then we can crown the grand champion of the May Cup number 2. Right, so again, uncharted waters. Upru, first of all, Byro and Covalent are the only ones with team logos. And Byro, we've seen them before. Energy drink, we love them. They've been playing in these Brawl Stars SG Community Rumble tournaments for a very long time already. Covalent, I haven't seen them before. They've got a very cool looking team logo. And at least it says on the ESL page that the players are Debosh, Resurrect, and Roses Are Rosy. Alright, new names, never seen them before at all. Very interesting. And of course we got Mac Daddy as well. No logo, but I have no idea who they are. And lastly, Upru. On the ESL page it says that their team name stands for Usha Penino Ravi Udaya Kumar. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly or wrong, but I have not seen many of these players' names before, and more importantly, they have a link to their team homepage on the ESL page that they have. It's a Rickroll. You click on the link and it sends you to Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. So these guys are either trolls or they're really strong, because if I take a look at the brackets for yesterday's qualifiers, they played almost a full-on 2-0 for every game that they had, except for when they played against Covalent. on which they won 2-1. So they dropped one map. And I mean, aside from that, Phil, it's not that the teams that we are used to seeing, you know, Waffles Monster and podcasts from last week, it's not that they didn't try to qualify. They did. They participated in the qualifiers, but they lost. They lost to teams like Covalent. I mean, podcasts a bit unfortunate. They had Byro in their bracket, and this time they lost. So I guess we'll see them next month. But yeah, new faces this time around, and I really don't know what to expect, Phil.
Well, it could be old players with new accounts, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's just underdog teams that have just formed via maybe the Discord group or some of the other community forums that are out there. So again, we've seen, you know, as long as Team A / Team Flash is not around, it is an open season. It's open goals for everyone, and just the skill level has just increased like linearly to an extent that most of the teams are on equal footing. The only thing that really separates them, to be honest, is strategy at the end of the day, and then also it's strategy, but also how do I put it? It's them realizing that a tournament is a marathon rather than a sprint. So being able to take into account that you're gonna be fatigued, to take into account that your body's gonna be under stress, especially when it gets really down to the wire, really close. You're gonna have that adrenaline spike, and that's gonna tire out your body. So it's all these different things as well. Like, people think it's very straightforward when you compete, but there's a lot of different factors. Where are you competing at? Are you competing at with your teammates at the same venue? Which with the new measures, it's going to be really hard as we go into phase 2 hide and alert. So yeah, these teams are not going to be able to get together at the same location to play their games. I know a couple of teams were playing in that kind of LAN format, which makes it a lot easier for communication, makes it a lot easier to get your point across. And helps between maps for that communication, especially when you're trying to choose your lineup. You could be playing in a home environment where some people are not really used to being able to kind of compete / work in one side compared to being at home. You kind of want to separate, like, work from your house, right? And some people, that's a mental challenge as well. So many different factors that can change and affect the competition at the end of the day. And it's just a question of whether these guys are able to adapt, whether they are able to kind of take all of this in their stride and not let it affect their performance. So not to be discounted, all these kind of extra factors, but they do have to be taken into account. And what it does show is teams that are successful, teams that can compete at the highest level, they are able to kind of just shrug off all these external factors and really get down to the nitty gritty, to stay down to your fundamentals, keep it simple. And at the end of the day, because they keep it that simple, it becomes very, very second nature and simple to get that victory over your opponent.
Yes, so much, yes. I have to say, I mean, esports athletes, esports players, if you play games competitively, you are of a different breed. You are quite literally built different. But anyway, we're going to jump to the game right now, and it's going to be UPRU versus Mac Daddy, and the first map is going to be none other than Safe Zone. We have the same kind of Colette brawler composition, but I think we're starting to see a surge in pick rates for Belle, the new brawler, and she's a very strong sharpshooter. I did not realize that. Okay, first of all, she's kind of like Jesse's cousin, maybe, because her bolts can actually bounce off of opponents and they'll pass over to some other brawler. But the thing is, it comes off with a little delay, and it actually can go on perpetually if there's someone close enough that the bolts will just keep bouncing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So much damage. Also, she got a new star power, and it's I think it's called Grounded in the fact that if her super lands, she can actually stop people from reloading, which is very strong. You effectively disable someone, but as I keep going on with this, it's the same thing that we've seen before. It's the barley that someone just leaves ignored. He's in the corner, keep lobbing grenades over, and damage over time. You're just dead.
Yeah, just massive damage from Bell, like you highlighted, and it's becoming a very, very popular choice. As long as you hit those shots, your super gets up very, very quickly, and you're able to basically dish out a lot of damage. We saw Byron being chosen right there, and we also saw how important it is to hit your shots and what happens when you aren't able to, what happens when you miss. And they took advantage of that. So kudos to them early on. They are in their stride, and it seems they are awake. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, UPRU are the team that kind of beat everyone else in the yesterday's qualifier, so I expect big things from them. But yeah, Mac Daddy, I guess they kind of seem like the ones who have not quite yet woken up. Of course, they are playing similar brawler compositions, but there's a little bit more firepower on the side of UPRU, just because instead of a Byron, I mean, they have Colette, they have Belle. Both teams, in fact, actually right now playing the exact same brawler composition, and they're trying to feel each other out, trying to gain control over the center of the map, but right now it's UPRU in the driver's seat. Look at how much damage they're dishing out onto Mac Daddy's vault.
Indeed, indeed. And now, once again, they come in, are already down to 50%, halfway. And Sam, no one is blocking Sam. Boulder Cross doing a great job pushing down on their right flank, and they can't concentrate on him because, you know, Sam's hammering them in the middle. And, you know, they try and go to one angle, and then they get smashed by the other side. And then the dots from that barley come through, and Boulder Cross just on their right side, unable to deal with them. So UPRU will take the first
map. Map.
No, well, it's not the first map, right? Well, is it?
First map or first
Yeah,
game?
it is the first map. First,
yeah.
Well, it's a best of 3.
Best of 3, yes.
And you have, I think for this, yeah, they take the first map. Yeah, so they do take the first map in this best of 3. And we are going to trudge along. Next up is going to be none other than Kaboom Canyon?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon coming up. And interesting map as we just pull up those schematics.
While
yeah, once again, it's once you get to the... Basically, once you get to the water feature, right? Yes. Once you get to the pond, you're in range. And that long range sharpshooter strategy with Bell and Bali, I don't think you can really go wrong with that.
Exactly. You don't want to let your opponent get within range of doing damage to your vault, and that's basically what all these teams are trying to do. But with the way the maps are laid out, you can come up with some pretty interesting positional strategies, especially on the map that we just saw on Safe Zone. The Barley player just hides all the way in the top right corner, and even if you spawn, even though it's towards your side of the map, you're kind of unable to reach him because there are obstacles in place. And on Kaboom Canyon, maybe you could use the fence, maybe you could use the boxers here or there, but it all depends on how the rest of the team supports your play. So far, though, UPRU just doing an absolutely phenomenal job at destroying their opponents. And more interestingly, I mean, if we take a look at our YouTube chat right now, the comment section, I see a lot of hashtag CVL win. And I think that's, you know, a lot of Covalent, Team Covalent supporters right now. And this is interesting. I mean, we've never had that much support for a team before, I think, in a chat, right, Phil?
Yeah, So I think maybe they brought a lot of the supporters as well, because we're up to 30 people watching the stream when usually that hovers around 20, 25. So like, share, subscribe. You know, the more views we get, you know, the better the competition gets. Gives a case for ESL Asia and Supercell to keep running these competitions. Remember, with your support, we were able to extend the competitions from I think it was supposed to end in March, but we were able to extend it all the way now until, I think it's until June. Yeah, it's until June. And for some reason I have a random phone call.
Pick it up, pick it up. Who could it be?
Shall it could be Byro. Let's see.
Ooh, maybe.
I will
maybe
pass it off.
Are we gonna I think it's Byro, maybe. Or maybe it's someone, you know, picking up the phone and they're going like, what's your batch? You got a batch or not? And it, I don't know, making partial circuit breaker jokes. Last week, it was Umbrage was all the rage. This time around, we got people, again, piling up, buying a lot of toilet paper for whatever reason. But, guys, I don't know. I mean, a lot of us, you know, we're around 20s, maybe, you know, students here and there. What do you guys think? Why do people want to buy that much toilet paper? I honestly have no idea. But regardless, we're going to jump into the game. Of course, again, the map is Kaboom Canyon. Yes, we saw earlier on, Barley plays quite a bit. Yes, he doesn't quite lob grenades. He lobs bottles, but they burn. They're like fire grenades. Right now, it's UPRU, I think, in control of the center portion of the map as Sam makes it his home. Of course, he's going to face a little bit of resistance from CQY, but he manages to get out of that alive, and now we're back at it. Welcome back, Phil. How was the call?
Thank you very much. It was just a call from Shelly saying we need to get back into this, and she's wondering why no one chooses her anymore. So I had to give her the bad news that she's not in the meta. And as we get back into the game, like you said, we got that Tara doing a lot of damage. GCQY goes in with the Colette ult, unable to do anything. And sorry, is it? No, it's Crow. Mistaken there. So full across will get that frag, and that's going to bring down McDaddy's vault down at 80%. Someone's down at the bottom. I think it's Xavier, is it? Yeah, he's taking pot shots at the save. They're not dealing with him, so he's able to bring it down 90% Quack. And it seems fairly balanced this round. They're just confused. They don't know what to do. Oh no, Cross! He's jumped over the barrier, and now he's gonna go up and do a couple of damage points. Sam is there as well. 73 health. Chow is gonna chase after him, and that's gonna take him out. Now here comes the barrage. Turret gets up by Xavier, and he will be able to get some shots in. GQY in with the jump with the super, gets 13% damage on that, and now we're down to 53-51 as it is absolute chaos between these two teams.
Absolute chaos, but now we'll the dust starts to settle, and it's back at it again. UPRU in control of the flow. Finest will pop his super, and again, we've seen it before last week, 13% damage onto your opponent's vault. It's so painful, and not to mention how folded Cross right now. The way he's staying in the bushes and just throwing his feathers, his needles as they poison their opponents, it really keeps them out of reach, and Sam is doing the same thing as well. Finest, again with the super, goes in for it, brings it down to 1%, one more! And that is the end of the first round. UPRU takes it away again.
Indeed, they do that, and they'll be able to put a pressure on their opponents. Remember, it's a best of 3, so it is basically match point. Loser's gonna get knocked down to the. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
If they pick up the round, it is game over, and they're gonna get knocked down to the lower bracket. So pressure is on. It's gonna separate the boys from the men. They definitely gotta step it up to push it to the tie break. But a lot closer that round compared to that first round. A
little bit closer. just a little bit. I think, you know, we saw this a little bit last week. Some teams start to play more defense, and then I think we used the word hesitation. I'm not sure if that was what was going on with Mac Daddy, but this time they're a little bit more aggressive. We start to see players like Xavier just push in regardless of the opponents towards the center. GQI starts to do the same thing as well, but you know, I think UPRU does a great job at reading their opponents. They recognize that, okay, this is what Mac Daddy wants to do. This is how we can counter them. And that is exactly what they're doing. That's why Folded Cross is on the Crow. He's staying in the bushes. Look at this. I mean, see how, or Chow might know where he is, and he's trying to damage him, but he's still staying hidden. If anyone tries to push forward, those feathers will come out, and they start to take damage over time. They have to be a little bit more careful about how they're positioned, because if they push up center, that's where Sam is going to start to snipe them down. And while all this is happening, Finest is really just trying to build up his super so that he can go in for that 13% damage onto Mac Daddy's vault. But this time it's going to be a team wipe, and UPRU is going to be backs against the wall as Mac Daddy pushes up. I mean, that's about maybe 5% damage onto their vault now. Folded Cross, though, changes things up with his super, jumps back into the fray, and now Chow is probably going to fall pretty soon. There it is. 3v2 now, Phil.
Yeah, and this is where you need to apply the pressure, but so far they are not. Maybe they're waiting for Folded Cross to get his super up so that he can go for the jump. Bang! From Sam, pops his super on GQY, will take him out, and now once again they're up by a couple of points. They're up by 13, and maybe, like you said, maybe this is park the bus mode. Just keep eliminating them. They don't have anything to jump over, and now they're gonna do the remaining damage as they get that team wipe. So I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. UPRU will take this, unless perhaps Xavier can escape through and pop his turret, and they are somehow able to just continuously keep wiping their opponent. Just like I said, as I say that, Xavier goes through, but Sam, with a sharp shot, gets him right at the corner of his screen, and that's gonna be it. 94-47. It's over. 9 seconds to go. Don't think McDaddy can come through. They're gonna try and force it. GQY in, but not enough time. 75-47. 5 seconds to go. Unfortunately for them, couldn't really do much. And yeah, like you know, the game's already quick. The clock's very fast, and you can't leave it up to the bell. You know, you're not gonna get saved by the bell in this game. You have to go all out. You have to, if your back is against the wall, you need to go aggressive. You need to somehow find a way through that defense, and unfortunately for them, able to park the bus and walk into the is it the upper bracket? Does it go to the upper bracket final straight away? I'm not sure.
Upper bracket final
straight away. It does, right? So that's congratulations to one of your upper bracket finalists. And we will be back with the next game, which is going to be Byro versus Covalent. There we go. Energy drink's not gone to my head yet. So we're going to go to a short break, and Quack and I will be back with more Brawl Stars action from the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble May Cup number 2.
Hello, and welcome back, everyone, to the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble Makeup number 2. We just saw UPRU beating, Mac Daddy in towards the lower bracket round 3. And I have to say, a lot of interesting things happening right now. Belle, we're starting to see her getting picked up a lot more. Not to mention, it's the usual, Colette plays, Barley here and there. But aside from that, we got new star powers, for Belle at least. We got new, not really a game mode, but it's the championship challenge, and I hope everyone's having a good time with that game mode right now in Brawl Stars. We also have interesting news in the form of it was someone's birthday yesterday. Want to take a guess, Phil? It's CZK. Just turned 19. So I see people in the chat. All right, we see you guys. You're saying that there are no men here, just boys this time. Maybe everyone's young. Everyone who's participating in the Brawl Stars SG Community Rumble. But hey, CZK, I dare say now he's a man. He just turned 19. His birthday was yesterday on 15th of May. Let's go and drop him a birthday follow. It's at CZK_Brawl on Twitter. So happy birthday to you, dude. And it's gonna be a good time, right? He's for Team Flash, so might not be playing, but he's a well-known figure in the community.
Congratulations on that, but I think we got one more thing to say about that, and it's
Oadilo.
Oh no. ORD. Oh man, feels bad for anyone who's still serving, I guess, but everyone's time comes sooner or later.
Indeed.
It's a great time. Enjoy it.
Yes, whenever you get on government service envelope.
I first played Brawl Stars in my bunk. This is where I discovered Brawl Stars, in my bunk. Honestly, when the game first came out and everyone was playing in their bunks, and we were just like, hey, who wants to play together? And that's kind of what we did. But enough of that. We're gonna jump into the second game in the upper bracket round 1. It's going to be Byro versus Covalent. I don't know who to support anymore. I ran out of Byro drinks just because they're so tasty. But don't drink more than one a day. It's bad for you if you do that. But also, Covalent. A lot of fans in the chat right now, and who do you think? Byro, Covalent?
I have no idea. Like every other game that we've casted in terms of game genres, you can kind of have statistics, and you can be like, okay, this team's probably gonna win, or this team has an advantage. But Brawl Stars is anything can happen. Anything is possible. Because it's one slip up, right? One small slip up, and it just cascades, and that's it. There's no huge comeback mechanic. There's no huge there is a comeback mechanic. But there is no huge. There's no huge I guess snowball kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. You can always come back. But you can. Sorry, let me rephrase. There is a snowball mechanic, but you can always come back as well. So you can go down to maybe 1% health on your vault, but suddenly you go for a team wipe, and then you go for a counter attack, and you just all out DPS on your opponent's vault. So yeah, that is always a way to get back into the game compared to some other games where maybe you get ahead and then that's it, right? So that's one of the beauties of the game itself. It's simple to play. You know, skill gap is kind of narrowed already. Teams are not too far apart, and you can actually learn a lot just by watching the streams. You know, watching some of the finals, some of the global events, to see the strategies and how you can really play each brawler, and then you just fine tune that as you go along. So. I think you can practice really easily, right? Like games are really short, so you can really get in a lot of in a small period of time. You can actually get in a lot of game and a lot of gameplay, which then gives you, which then will give you more familiarities with the brawlers, and you can really get into the areas where you feel comfortable, and so much so that the brawlers almost become second nature when you do play. And it also, if you're at the higher level and you're scrimmaging or scrimming against other pro-am players, then you are able to get in more practice with them as well. So all around, lots of easy ways to improve.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Phil. Anything really can happen, and that's why I think we're starting to see these sort of maybe underdog or dark horse teams start to show up, especially through the qualifiers. And I say welcome. We love to see Team Flash, we love to see Byro here and there, but it's also very nice to see new faces, new players in the league, and I want to see what they've got for us. Most teams, especially at this level, you're playing the standard meta picks. You got your Colettes, well, at least for Heist. But sometimes with the newer teams, who knows? Maybe they have a new style. Maybe they have certain brawler compositions that we're not used to seeing, and it really mixes things up. And that's what I want to see. So we're gonna jump into the first game right now. Covalent versus Byro. Let's go. We got Jesse, and we have Roses from Covalent on Crow. Wait, that's not Crow. Oh, it is Crow, just because his daggers came out a little bit differently. But we also have a Colt from Seiji, and he's looking to pop his super. I could see it. He has it ready, and he wants to do damage onto Covalent's vault. It's going to take quite a bit, and I think now they are down to, if not 90%, then it's going to be 80.
100 to 83, as you've pointed out. Byro off to a good start, and very, very much, CBL, they need to push up, and they need to stop that middle area. They need to gain possession of that, or control of that. But so far, Vex, bang, comes in with the Colette jump. Now they'll activate everything. Seichi will drop one. Roses with the reply kill, and that's enough to force him back to the middle, but the damage is done as we get to 156. Vex gets a couple of top shots in, and now Aaron also connecting those shots. Vex just being a nuisance, just needs to hit 1 or 2 more. He'll have a super up, and that's going to be another 13%. Aaron coming through, will drop Drago. Dabosh goes for the jump, misses it though. Ooh. Isn't in range. Roses with the jump onto Vex, takes him out. And now maybe we see a bit of a counter, but Seichi, remember, is in a position. He's going to come around the back and backstab. He is a Colt, so now the damage is going to start to pile on. 97-45, even if it is a base race, Byro will get ahead, and they will be victorious. Jump comes in from Vex. Base race comes through, and that's going to be it. Byro will take the first round in this best of 3, and it was pretty easy. They went for... I think now teams are realizing that you don't have to go all in. They're realizing that you just do a couple bits of damage and then you can park the bus after that, right? Because a lot of these teams are playing range brawlers, and they're trying to get to the water feature. If you can deny your opponent getting there, like, you don't need full control of mid. You just need to be able to have slightly bit more past the water, past the lakes, or the water feature, the lakes, whatever the hell you want to call them. And you're able to deny your opponent the range they need to damage your vault. So it's interesting to see that shift now in that mentality, to get a bit of damage and then pop the bus, right in front of your water feature, and then just walk in for the win, and just all you have to do is just wait for the clock, basically.
Exactly. It really is just kind of trying to play around these positions. You know your opponents want to get to the water feature, so you're gonna try to figure out a strategy that either counters that, or you're gonna play around that one way or another. And I think that is why it's interesting to see, first of all, at least a crow on a map like Safe Zone. That's not something that's very common. I mean, Safe Zone is kind of open. Yeah, there are bushes here and there, but you can't really hide in them. And Crow is a brawler that can be kind of squishy, right? I mean, he only has at most 3,000 around there points of health, which means he can fall to quite easily to maybe 3 shots from, say, like a Jessie, if not maybe a Belle. Colette, I mean, she does a lot of damage. We know that she has that interesting kind of passive ability. The more health you have, the more damage she does. The lesser health you have, the less damage she does. So Crow is very interesting, but this time it did not work out. So I think they kind of need to switch that up. But more importantly, we have players like Aaron, first of all. I mean, this week, no more Mother's Day, so Byro's not going to be rushing off anywhere else. But instead of going for the recoil spring gadget ability that Jessie has, he went for, I think, what is it called? Spark Plug, where she actually triggers a shockwave from her turret, and it slows people down within her turret AoE. So normally you go for recoil spring so they can get extra damage onto your opponent's vault, but instead he's using it to disable his opponents. And it actually worked out for them, so good job, Byro. This time he's switching things up. He's going over onto Colette and Vex onto B. So let's see how this works out. In fact, they're doing pretty darn well so far. And CVL, even though they haven't taken damage onto their vault yet, look at how far back they've been pushed. All the way into their spawn.
And now the jump's gonna come in. Colette with the super will do some damage onto Byro. And now they just have to be patient. So Covalent will now try and deny him. But remember, if they're gonna go for this, they need to push up slightly past that, slightly past the legs. And unfortunately for them, they are way too far back into their spawn, and now Byro are able to apply pressure. And now it's their turn to take control of the middle after they do that slight bit of damage onto Covalent's safe. Now Vex onto Roses, still staying alive. Vex with a double will pick up Drago, and they're gonna try and complete that shot. Vex goes down though, almost gets a triple. And the BM emote comes out by T-Rez. But as you were saying that, they were able through Aaron to get up to get the lead now. 75-66 Quack. It's a seesaw at the moment.
It really is, right? We're going back and forth, but Aaron is still just diving in non-stop. Just the fact that he is Colette and he has a super, he's going to abuse it, but so is T-Rez. He's down to 420 points of health, but Aaron's trying to fend him off. Meanwhile, Seichi is just going in. It's down to 36, and it's only going to keep falling. 3 seconds left, and I don't see how CVL can come back from this. The match is over, 16 to 57%. And, well, that is how the cookie crumbles, Phil.
Yeah, excellent job from them, to be honest. And we'll go to the next map. They've taken map 1, and again, Safe Zone. Kaboom Canyon will be the next one up. And again, like. Yeah, they don't. I think what happens is Covalent, or is there a, I feel like there's a error in their name. No, it is Covalent.
Well, yeah, it's Covalent.
Sorry, I keep thinking like in my head something else. So yeah, it is yeah. Okay, sorry, pronunciation is wrong.
It's fair.
Covalent. So physics, covalence. Yes, the electrons.
Yes.
On
Oh, is
the
that where it comes
outer,
from? Maybe.
yes, it does. It's covalent, so it's the electron on the most outer rim of an atom.
Oh my
So,
gosh, yes. Oh, wow. All the secondary school science lessons are coming back now.
back to my days where I wanted to become a nuclear physicist.
Science.
So,
Really? Wow.
yeah.
Well, I can't do
Yeah.
that. I was not good. My chemistry teacher somewhere shaking her head. But meanwhile, yeah. So I can see why, the names get mixed up. It's covalence. You got some other words that I don't know, evanescence.
I just kept thinking of covalescence, and I have no idea why I kept thinking about that. But yeah, sometimes it does be like that. But let's go to shout-outs. Who do we have in?
So many people, dude. We have so many people.
Drago Balls, Sven, T-Raz, JT as usual, Matthew Chua, YX Music, Official, Not Sun, Stupid Gene, Ian, Greek is in there as well. We've got Morgan Lin. Who else? We've got Zeng Lin, Philip Tien, Scorch, and Flaxen. We also have, I think, Raz is there. Queen Gamer is there as well.
Yeah, buddy.
Basil Lee, Oliver has woken up as well. And I think Thomas Johnson, Janice, and Vex. Yeah, and that's it. So shout out to all you guys. New Gaming as well as there. So I think it's a bunch of competitors. Once they get out their game, they join the stream and watch it and see if they can get some insight on their opponent. So Covalent versus Byro. We are into the second map here on Kaboom Canyon. Take it away, Quack.
Well, we're gonna have a stew from Seiji. I mean, he dives right in, gets taken out. It's gonna be a bit of a trade. Aaron falls in. It's gonna be a team wipe for Byro. That is not the start that I think they wanted. Seiji is mad. Now he wants to dive back in. This is very interesting. I mean, with a stew, you're gonna want to have a lot of aggressive mobility back and forth. Of course, he gets supported by Vex as well, but I mean, one guy against two, he's gonna fall. And let's see if Aaron can do anything to back him up, hold the fort as it were, while Seiji comes back into the game. Now, Drago pushed himself up. CVL already in control over the center of the map. If they can wipe Byro off at this point, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. But regardless, Seiji just dives in. He's nonstop, just long hair, don't care. I walk in like a boss. I'm going to do damage onto your vault. It's down to 91 to 90. If he keeps that up, he could just keep on dying and maybe building the super for CVL. And I mean, as we can see on the screen right now, they have every single super ready. I mean, with the exception of T-Res maybe, but they're able to seize control over the center of the map because of this. I don't know if it's the best thing for Seiji to keep rushing them down, but I mean, if it works, sure, keep doing it. There he is. He's even taking Drago out, very possibly. Now T-Res is down. Drago heals himself back up. Vex is trying to keep Seiji alive. Instead, it's going to be a trade. Now, Poco versus Poco. I'm going loco. And T-Res is back into the game. This is really back and forth. We are on quite the seesaw here, Phil.
T-Res on that right side, able to get the jump in. We'll get the super up again, so possibly could go for the second jump again and bring down Byro safe down to 65, but is taken out, and the respawn will come through. I think CVL really they need to destroy that middle barrier, but they don't have any abilities to do so, and they can't concentrate on them because Seiji is just going absolutely crazy with the burst. Vex will come through. CVL Roses is in. 3-man push onto that safe. Are they going to be able to get some damage on? No, they won't. So Covalent will be able to pick up the first round on the second map, and again, just unable to deal with the early aggression are Byro. I think what they really need to do is they need to get rid of that middle area, and Yeah, the lineup's slightly weird. You would have thought they just would have gone all sharpshooters, all long range brawlers, but they didn't. I think key thing. I really think key thing both of these teams is really take out the middle obstacle on their opponent's side, because it just opens up so many possibilities. You could see just now CVL, if they didn't get the early hits in, they would have had so many issues trying to get through the choke points on the left and right side, especially with you had a melee buster like Seiji, who's doing a really good job in securing anyone who's trying to come through. So I think we're going to see some change up in the lineups in the second round, and definitely someone is going to take out the middle obstacles, I think. So we might see maybe a Colt, I reckon. Just something to get rid of that middle section, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see who is that with. What am I thinking of? Wow, yeah, we might see a Piper. Piper might be a good choice. The other thing, actually, Tara might be a good choice as well with the super. If you're able to pop it in the background, that would be something out of the meta, but potentially something quite valuable. Nina with the bear. If you're able to pop the bear in the background while shooting the front,
True.
That's something that could be really good. So I think there are a lot of choices right there. You don't have to go for a mirror matchup. You can be a bit more creative as long as you hit your shots. So, yeah.
You definitely have a point. I mean, Nita with her bear, yeah, maybe on Kaboom Canyon it can be a little bit long range. That's why we don't see her that often. But her bear does have that, Hyper Bear. It's a star power that makes her bear attack a lot faster, which, essentially it's kind of maybe like that Jesse recoil spring turret buff, whereby you just dish out a lot of damage onto your opponent's vault. But I see what you're saying. You really want control over the center of the map, and along with it, there is that obstacle right in the center for Kaboom Canyon at the very least, and that is why, like you said, I think Colt is a very potential pick. He's got a 7.8% use rate, at least according to the Brawlify website. But aside from that, I think it needs to be said, Seiji, I'm not sure if he's toying with CVL. Maybe he's trying something new, but Stu just does not seem to work, at least right now, against a team like Covalent, because they seem to know how to deal with him, and that is that they keep ganking him together as a team. He's often diving into them, and he finds himself in 1v2, 1v3 situations at times, which is a little bit difficult. Of course, Aaron sticking with the Jesse plays. I think the one thing that Byro's lacking, at least that we saw, there was no Colette. Colette just seems to be a very strong meta pick right now for any heist map almost. She even has a 10.3% pick rate for Kaboom Canyon, so I don't know. Is she a must pick? What do you think, Phil?
I don't think she's a must pick, but I think it's too good of a super to let go. 13%. You can do damage on your way in and out. It's just a great asset to have, and the super charges very, very quickly. As long as you hit, I think, 2 or 3 shots, your super is ready to go.
Well, they have a full-on mirror match, and they just traded supers, but now Seiji's trying to do a little bit more. Drago finds a way out of it, and he stays alive. It's going to be a trade on both sides. 2v2 as both players respawn back into the fray. It's a full-on mirror match. We got Poco, we got Crow, and we got Colette, and right now it actually seems like Byro is losing their footing a little bit. Drago takes Seiji out. I mean, you dash in, but you're still vulnerable to damage, to attacks, and T-Rez is going to be the first one to pop the super onto Byro's vault. They're taking quite a bit of damage now, in fact, falling down to 80%. What can Byro do to push CVL back?
Aggression. They need to be a lot more aggressive, and as you see that Seiji comes in, the super comes through, they're able to knock 2 people and just deal out so much damage, and there you go, are able to get onto that vault, onto that safe. and do a considerable amount of damage. So 87-79, they're not out of it just yet, but they need to get more aggressive.
Ooh.
Comes through Sage, he brings it at 81-79, only 2% blocking Byro from securing this second round. But Covalent, I think they smell blood. They know they need to push through. Oh my goodness! Roses comes through, gets taken out by Vex, but Aaron is able to jump right at the nick of right in the nick of time, and they might be able to steal. They might be able to steal this. T-Rez though on the back front will get that advantage for him. So 59-57. Byro know they need to go for a team wipe, or at least bring it down to a 3-on-2 situation, and they need to target T-Rez to make sure that he doesn't have the jump through. Roses though will come in, able to get that super up, so he can make the jump. T-Rez doesn't have his super at all. 57-57, how the hell did that happen? Roses comes through. 52-57, takes him out. Roses goes down. Seichi, he needs to get into range. He doesn't have his super, and Aaron goes for suicide dive. Seichi comes in. Someone is in the back. Oh, someone was in the back, and it was none other than I think it was Vex who was able. Vex? Was it Vex? I think it was Vex. But they will steal it. And what a base race at the end. Crazy. Did Covalent get it? I think they did, right?
Yeah.
Right at the very end by 2%.
Covalent's got the round. So it's 1-1 right now for Kaboom Canyon, but wow. It really was a base race. It came down really close. Okay, Vex and someone else was towards. Yeah, it's 1-1. Because Byro took the first round.
Okay.
So someone was in towards Covalent's base, and then someone from Covalent, I don't know who, might have been T-Rez, I think. Someone all the way at the back of Byro's base, and he just did just enough to it came down to 1 or 2%. Oh my god. And well,
Seichi couldn't hit the super. He waited way too long to go in for that jump. Should have gone for the jump and give Aaron some covering fire or some form of distraction so that Aaron wouldn't have gone down, would have stayed alive, and he didn't do it. So I think that's what cost them the round. But we're gonna go to a tiebreak. We still are on match point now. If Covalent are able to pick up this tiebreak round, that's it. They will knock Byro down to the lower bracket, and they'll face who was it? I don't think he'll smack Daddy.
In the lower bracket,
in the winner bracket,
it's UPRU.
But they'll face UPRU up top, in the upper bracket. So stakes are there, mate. Stakes are there.
Stakes are there. Again, UPRU stands for Usha Peninal Ravi Udaya Kumar. I hope I got that right, man. This is very interesting names. Of course, Covalent as well. I mean, if the CVL guys are in the chat, maybe they can let us know why their team name is Covalent. They got a really cool logo. I mean, I'm gonna send you a link pretty soon. Maybe during the break, you can take a look. It's like a wolf or a fox. I think it's a wolf. It looks sick. I love it. But aside from that, I mean, we also talked about, the names and the pronunciations. Covalent, covalescent, I don't know. Oliver seems to think that we're thinking of COVID and stuff. But, team name pronunciations aside, we also got to talk about player name pronunciations. And I have to say, Raz or Razel gave us a pat on the back on Twitter because he's saying that people tend to mispronounce his full name. It's Razaele, and a lot of people mispronounce that, I guess, and apparently we are the only ones who pronounce it correctly. It's not Razali or Razal or Razal.
Is that really his name? Is that
Razel?
That's his nick, or is that like his name in real life as well?
I think it's his nickname. I think it is. But the spelling in itself is so unique. I think he's on Twitter. It's at A5Razel. But yeah, he's saying that we are the only ones. Phil, we are the only ones.
I mean, we're commentators for a reason, right? If everyone could do it, if it was easy, if everyone was able to do it,
He's saying that other
Everyone
commentators
would-
didn't pronounce his
everyone
name
would-
correctly.
Oh, oh. If he's saying other commentators do it, then that's why we are your casters.
Uh, we're tooting our own horns right now, but you know, it is Raz. It's Rizal, but you know, I like saying Raz, and I think other people do as well. They call him the Asian Raz, maybe Raspberry. I don't know, something along those lines.
Razzmatazz.
Razzmatazz. Ooh, that's a fun one. The Raz Attack. Well, right now, teams are still getting ready for the final round on Kaboom Canyon, and I don't know, Phil. It's going to be. It's really, like you said earlier on, anything can happen. You know, and if we take a look at the brackets for yesterday's qualifiers, Byro actually lost to Covalent 2-0 in the semifinals.
All right.
I'm not sure which game mode they played or how that goes, but if they lost to Covalent 2-0 yesterday, this time they're winning. What does that mean? What does this mean?
Many things.
Many
Many
things. You
things.
heard it.
Many
You heard
things,
it
my
your
friend.
first year. It really does mean many things because I mean, again, it's Brawl Stars, like you said. I mean, Snowball comeback mechanic. It's a game whereby, first of all, at least for some game modes, Siege. I don't like Siege. When you're losing, you know you're gonna lose, and at some point, it's like, all right. You don't even need to play out the rest of the match. You know it's game over. It's almost impossible to come back, at least for Siege. Heist? No. Heist is a game mode where if you have what it takes, you can still push forward and basically go for a base race or maybe wipe out your opponents. And we see a repeat of what we just saw when it came down to, I think it was 33 to 35%. Somewhere around those numbers. So it really comes down to possibly, I mean, teamwork positioning, of course. Brawler composition is a very, I guess, basic thing in Brawl Stars. But mechanics, I think, are something that really impressed me in these two teams, Covalent and Byro. The way that you time or use your supers, I mean, essentially, maybe that is your comeback mechanic. You build your damage, you do enough, you build up your super gauge, and you have your super. And that is the thing that kind of can change the flow of the entire round. If you use it correctly, you could just, you know, turn the tides against your favor. But if you use it wrongly, if you use it like anyone else, you either miss your shot and it doesn't do anything, or you time it poorly and what should have been your win just doesn't quite go that way. And it's just a feels bad, man. It's a weird champ. It's a what face? I don't know. What other Twitch emotes are there? It's not like this, the one that the guy goes, you know, pulling your hair out.
Yeah, that is true. And just waiting for them. I think they maybe taking a bit more time to look at their lineup potentially, maybe. And that's why we have slightly longer delay, but yeah, I mean, if that gives us some
Wait.
better, if that gives us better games, then cool.
By all means, yes. But Phil, I just got some news. A little birdie in my ear whispered. The birdie's name is Oliver, but yeah, people, even in the chat, Rizal is his real name. That is such a unique name, dude. Good job. I mean, nice. Your parents are awesome. Dude.
Could be a female as well. Like it does
even
fit.
if
It's a pretty good like unisex name, I have to say, right?
guy or girl, it's a sick name. I love it, Rizal. And of course, you gotta pronounce it correctly. How do you mispronounce Rizal? I don't know, but you know. It's English. It's a tough language. A lot of crazy things can happen. But I mean, aside from that, you know, it is circuit breaker, kind of partial. What do you think, Phil? Why do people like to stock up on toilet paper? I need this
I
question
don't know.
answered.
I thought we're like an Asian society, and you know, we it makes like we have the bidet, you know, we have the spray in almost every home, and it just makes more sense to wash your butt than to wipe your butt.
It's cleaner. It is cleaner.
It is.
Come on.
Like, I have no idea why they stock up on toilet paper. So
people love to stock up on those things. It's insane.
I mean,
like,
would,
as soon as it was announced,
stock up on soap, right? And maybe like water saving bidet sprays. Like that's what you should. It makes no sense. Like, we're not at that stage in the world where toilet paper is actually currency, right? It's not.
Oh no.
It's
well,
not. Yeah.
Knows,
Did
man.
you see?
If
Like,
we go into a post-apocalyptic
condoms as well. Like, people were
No!
clearing out. They're clearing out shelves.
Wait, actually?
Yeah. It did happen. I think the thing is, like, nowadays people just do it. They not for them to keep. They just do it to scalp. Right? Because
Really?
they know
Come
other
on.
people want to buy it, or it might be a commodity that other people want. So, in the hopes of reselling it, maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know, potentially. But the joke's on them, because the country has very good supply lines and are able to restock everything almost instantly. So, like, jokes on the panic buyers.
Jokes on the panic buyers, and shame on the scalpers. If you scalped, I am not gonna be your friend. Scalping is it's not nice, man. I mean, just, you know, be a decent human being, share your stuff, be a good person, sell it at a regular price. I
don't know why people, like, I can't remember the last time that I went to the grocery store to actually do like massive grocery shopping. Like, I think since Circuit Breaker
order online.
Really, like, since Circuit Breaker back in the day, like, I have like a bookmark folder with all these online sites where I get get my groceries, my drinks, and usually, like, I bulk order my food as well. So I'll bulk order like toiletries, I'll bulk order like fish and steak and all that kind of stuff, and it's super cheap, super convenient. And it's even better sometimes, you know, they ship them in the cooler. They usually give you like either the big styrofoam cooler boxes, which you can reuse, or they'll give you like the reusable like cooler bags as well. So you get that free also, which you can reuse, or you can return them. Usually I return them because I just have too many, right? But yeah, it's just online delivery is so much easier.
Yeah,
it's so much easier.
I mean, yeah, you get the coolers, whatever, all the different websites. You get
better
price.
You get better prices as well.
Yeah,
like, because it's direct to consumer, so you're getting basically wholesale prices the majority of the time. And usually, if you're buying like huge amounts, or you're buying a decent amount, free delivery.
I assume a lot of the people who panic buy are, you know, elderly or, you know, old folks who might not know how to purchase things online. So
skills future, guys. That's why you got to use the skills future credits. You know, sign up.
Help your grandparents out. Help your parents out.
Send them on some of these courses. You know, or to be honest, like, a really easy system is you like give them the login. Or you keep like the login, and you just like ask them to like
note. Yeah.
No, you just ask them to like log into whatever grocery site, and then they add like all the stuff that they need, right? And then you just purchase it. Yeah, exactly.
You hear
Simple.
that, kids in the chat? be filial children and help your parents or grandparents out and stock up on groceries for them so that they don't go and panic buy and spread more germs and more of the coronavirus. This is going to a dark place. And then the more it spreads, more people are going to die. We're going to go into a post-apocalyptic society. Toilet paper becomes a currency. I start to sell my toilet paper. I don't know where this is going.
I have
But,
no idea
you know,
where you're going exactly.
everyone, let's just do our part. I think most people are doing their part, wearing masks, at least in Singapore. But yeah, social distance. Don't go to places that you don't have to go to, I guess. We want to go back to a place where we have lands again. Phil? I mean, you've probably experienced quite a number of lands back in your day, right? I have not, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced quite a lot of lands. I've also organized I don't know, I think it's 20 or 30, 20 or 30 plus
All
offline
those
events,
events,
AAA,
PTSD
massive.
memories.
Yeah,
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
I mean, it's a lot of work. It was an interesting kind of line of work as well. You meet a lot of cool people. You travel around the world. I've been to Canada, the US. I've been to almost every Southeast Asian country.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the only one I've been Australia. I think the only thing I almost went to Paris, and Dubai as well. Those got cancelled though. So yeah, it was super stressful, but it was really rewarding at the same time.
It's an awesome thing. It's honestly it is hard work. I mean, events, you have to set up a lot of stuff. There's a lot of logistics and planning involved. And Phil is someone who's been around for a long time. You've done all those things and you know how everything works. You know what it takes. So you guys, if you want more esports advice here and there, if you want to work in esports, maybe Phil Death Adder could give some advice. I know you're working on a podcast as well. Let us know when that comes out, Phil, because I'm pretty sure quite a number of people want to listen to it. And at the same time, though, I mean, if you want to order things online, you could order some interesting blue energy drinks at byroenergy.com. Wink, wink. Shameless plugs. Have you tried it yet, Phil? Actually,
I wanted to. Our mutual friend Matt had a couple of
he had a whole
cases
case.
He had a whole case. Unfortunately, I forgot to pick up a can. So I don't know, whoever from Byro, if you're listening, reach out, and I'll more than happily I'll more than happily have a couple and go for. I told you, right? I went to 7. I thought it was being sold at 7-Eleven. So last weekend I tried to go there and it wasn't there. So I guess they don't have the license agreements in place yet. Yeah, so I had to settle for Monster and Red Bull. But
it really is. It's a exclusive.
I heard it tastes
drink.
like bubblegum. Matt told me it tastes like bubblegum.
It's got that energy drink.
And then he ranked it in terms of performance. He ranked it Byro first, followed by Red Bull, and then Monster. So
you got to go with the S tier Byro, and then A and B tier. Rank energy.
I would be interested. I'd be really interested to see to see how it is. Like if he's like Matt's a big energy drink.
Really?
Person. Yeah, okay. He is. So if you look at his fridge, it's all just sugar-free energy drink and sugar-free Pepsi/Coke. So yeah.
I know he had that story about 100 plus. That's not really an energy drink, but you know.
I mean, it's isotonic, so it can, but it doesn't give you an energy boost.
Okay. Yeah, not
it restores electrolytes.
That's an interesting topic, actually.
The sugar-free version is 0 sugar, so most electrolyte drinks have a lot of sugar as well, which is why you get a bit of a boost when you drink like that or drink Gatorade or whatever. But 0 sugar, you get a good electrolyte boost.
Well, maybe. What does constitute an energy drink? What must you have in order for it to be called an energy drink? Maybe that's something that Oliver can tell us. But for those who are wondering, we're talking about the Byro energy drink. Of course, they are the ones who are sponsoring the Byro team themselves. And if you want to buy them, you could look at the online website, byroenergy.com. We're going back into
What a
Kaboom
plug.
Canyon again, and wow, they have stews on both sides. In fact, it's a complete mirror matchup. We have Amber, 8-Bit, and Stu. This time it's going to be Debosh who falls first, though. And now the Roses falls, and that means that Byro are going to be pushing up. Vex goes for it. He drops the oil bomb, and it's going to be flames for days on the Covalent vault. They're dropping down to 60% now. Seiichi, ooh, he's the one that you gotta look out for. I mean, when you have that damage booster as an 8-Bit, ooh, danger. You gotta watch out for that damage.
Stranger danger. So they'll come through Byro Aaron and Byro Seiichi. They do have that 8-Bit Vex coming in now. Has his all ready to go. And will do quite a bit of damage onto Roses. Roses tries to go for the counter, but Vex will be able to take him out. Now, we do have that damage booster on that right flank for Seiichi. Drago down to half health. Deboshi with the jump onto Aaron. He's now at the vault, slowly doing damage, and will be forced to go back. He gets taken out. So now they are on the push. Roses is right there, trying to find a way in. Down to 144 health, right at the very edge. Aaron also almost going down. Everyone's low on health right now. And so they're just going to have to wait and hold back. Remember, some of the grass patches are gone on Covalent side. So they're not going to be able to hide our Byro. Damage pushed out by Seiichi right behind the obstacles. And now they're in range of the vault. Look, he's just going at it. He has a damage booster in place. And he's just going to town on it. A bit of BM from him lets them kind of like chill out and gives them a bit of hope. But Vex with the super again, dot damage on it. 7, 4, 2, almost down. They just need one more hit. Seiichi's gonna get a burst on. Oh, it's gonna be Vex. Vex with the kill steal. Seiichi a bit angry, but they'll take the round pretty easily, and that's it in this first round of this best of 5 series on this first map.
Impressive plays from Aaron. I mean, this guy, you know, we've known him to do crazy plays as Surge, teleporting all over the place. He's only going to do better as Stu. I mean, with the dashes, you saw how he jukes back and forth. At the same time, I mean, credit where it's due. Who was the Stu player from Covalent's side? He tried to push in, but sometimes the thing with Brawl Stars is that you want to dash in and you know, maybe take your opponent out, but then when there's 2 targets, you know, the vault and your opponent, the game system, you know, if you go for the auto targeting, it kind of maybe sometimes prioritizes whatever's closest to you or whoever's lower health. I'm not sure how the system works, but then you end up shooting something that you don't mean to shoot. That happens to me way too often. And that's why I'm not a Brawl Stars pro. But yeah, things like that can happen. And I think Covalent's a little bit of defensive hesitation on their side, perhaps. Byro was definitely controlling the game. I mean, Seiichi, he was just going to town, like you said. He had the clear line of sight. He had the opportunity, and he took it. Of course, though, I think it's also worth mentioning, they might have played one game off stream. We actually finished Kaboom Canyon. Yeah, so the score is at 1-1 overall right now, and we're pushed into the third map in this best of 3, which is Snaked Assault, in which Byro has already won 1 round. So if Byro wins again, they get to secure themselves a spot in the upper bracket final, and if they lose, well, then it's 1-1, and Covalent stands a chance at pushing Byro into the lower bracket. But, you know, we have to see. For now, Byro is doing a better job.
Fair enough. So we will be marching on, and the next map is none other than Central Traffic. Oh no, we're in the lower bracket, so it'll be Snake Assault. No, it'll be Safe Zone. What? This is lower bracket round 1, right?
No, we're still in the upper bracket round 1 for Byro versus Covalent.
I'm so confused.
So here it is, the very last.
Okay, we are on match point.
Possibly. Byro 1-0 right now. They need this win to secure themselves a spot in upper bracket final. And again, it is another mirror match both teams playing the exact same brawler composition, and Seiji's trying to repeat the same thing. In fact, he kind of is already. Down to 80% will be Covalent's vault, and I think it's partially due, in fact, to Seiji. Just look at how he's kind of strafe shooting and doing so much damage. At the same time, Vex and Aaron are just pushing in, causing so much distraction. If you're CBL right now, you gotta think, do I defend? Do I take Seiji down? What do I do? Everyone's dying, and bodies are dropping all over the place. Oh my gosh, and now they are down to 10%. 1/10 of what Byro has still left in the vault.
A wise man once sung, "Let the bodies hit the floor." 93, 10% left. Covalents really need to get a damage booster down near the water feature. Vex, he needs to believe, or Roses rather, he needs to believe in the heart of the cards. But he is unable to do so. 93-10 once again, and that's going to be it because Seiji's in range. And 1% remaining. Vex will get the shot on, and that's it. Byro will take the game. They'll take the map. They'll take the game. Congratulations to them. They go to the upper bracket final, and that's all she wrote, Quack. So we're going to go to a short break. Go and grab some water. Make sure you're hydrated. Remember, if you have some electrolytes, take some electrolytes. Get a couple of snacks. Do a couple push-ups. I don't know. Stay healthy as we prepare to stay safe and boost our immune systems during this very troubling time. But we'll be back with more Brawl Stars action in about 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll see you then.
Piper tosses and bakes her grenades. She passes one to Dynamite, and he kind of tosses it around like a hot potato. And of course, we are back with the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. Now we are in the upper bracket finals, and the first map is going to be Hot Potato. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and with me is Death Adder, aka Phil. What do you think of the matches that we just saw?
They're getting closer, which is a good thing. And it means that we're getting nicer games, more entertaining games, and a better watch, basically, for the spectators, which is always kind of what you want. And it also keeps us commentators on our feet as well, and helps us not to fall asleep as well. You want that the players get the adrenaline, you get the adrenaline, and that transfers over to the audience as well. And that's what you want at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's about it.
It is what we want, and
we're almost half past. We're gonna go to the brackets. We are almost half past 12, coming very close. So I think most people will be having lunch. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. So these are the brackets. UPRU against Mac Daddy 2-0 brings them to the upper bracket final. Byro, as you just saw just now, 2-1 to Covalent, and that will mean that UPRU will go up against Byro for the shot in the grand final. But first off, we have Mac Daddy versus Covalent. Am I right?
That's right. Well, I think next up is actually going to be UPRU versus Byro. So, yeah, that's kind of the game that we want to see. UPRU, of course, dominating the qualifiers from yesterday, and right now Byro gets to stand a chance at maybe knocking them down a peg in towards the lower bracket final, or maybe Byro will be the ones who get knocked down. Who knows? We'll have to see. Mac Daddy versus Covalent, of course, will be the next game, lower bracket round 3 or lower bracket round 1. But that is the brackets as it currently stands. So UPRU versus Byro. The next map is going to be Hot Potato. I don't know. What do you think of this one, Phil? Because it kind of has this interesting slash-shaped grass patch right in the center. You got lovely obstacles. I know that Rico can be a pretty viable pick on this map just because of how vertical it seems. There are a lot of long walls that his bullets can bounce off of. But aside from that, I think something that we saw quite often last week was the presence of a barley, right? We talked about how that L-shaped Tetris block obstacle that is kind of positioned towards the opponent's vault, that's the yardstick. If you hit that range, if you can set up camp there, you basically got yourself a golden ticket to win the game.
That is true. So just gonna have a look at, yeah, obstacles. I think really are gonna play a big factor in how you execute your strategies on that. We've seen Damage Booster, we've seen Pam as well put up the modulator right behind the obstacles in range. What would be interesting also is potentially we can see a Stu putting an offensive speed boost right down the middle, and that will allow you to maneuver pretty easily within that V-shaped area in the middle. So allows you to juke, allows you to stack up. If you have a brawler that can make a jump like Colette or anyone else, that you want to just get into position, that is a potential option as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've just seen so many Colettes. But yeah, definitely got a point. Stu could be interesting. You might be onto something with the speed boosts, but yeah, more meta picks definitely would still be your basic long-range sharpshooting brawlers, and then it all comes down to positioning and mechanics of how the players themselves will be able to connect their shots. And that kind of is the name of the game. That's what we've been seeing all throughout the day. They've been playing sharpshooters, and they've been pretty darn accurate with how they've been connecting and landing their shots. That's what you need, especially for a game mode like Heist. More importantly, for a map like Hot Potato, because again, it's just this very vertical, very long sort of map. The obstacles themselves, there are laid out in terms of I think columns rather than rows, something along those lines. It's longer is basically what I'm trying to say. But I mean, in the meantime, the teams are gonna jump right into the game, and we are seeing, like we mentioned earlier, a Byro with Rico, Jesse, and Barley, and Sam's just gonna dive right in, immediately gets taken out. Finest though on Ems, in fact, is actually gonna be able to go with a couple of spritzes of her perfume, do quite some damage onto Byro's vault already. In fact, they're losing players, and Sam is undetected in the bushes. He finds Aaron, and you know, along with that, control over the center of the map. He's gonna dive in and take more players out, buy time for his team to respawn and get into favorable positions. This is not looking too good for Byro right now, Phil.
Yeah, Cross with the Barley, Vex with the Barley as well, and they're both doing a really good job. But Vex gets taken out by the dot. Seichi in position once again, and has the super up right now. Sam coming in with the jump will do quite a bit of damage, and Byro are not in a good position anymore.
Ooh.
Dot damage coming out, has that super up, and that will stack, unfortunately for them. UPRU off to a very early lead, and really piling the pressure onto Byro. So aggressive, and right now they're just not able to hold against that, hold strong against that offense. Finest, very smart, does know that she you know, that damage over time as well. The dot from her spray is there. Sam with the jump onto Aaron, 7%, remember, left.
Here goes.
And here comes the last push. Full the cross comes in. The dot damage is going to take care of that vault, and UPRU will pick up the first round in this first map.
That right there, the one, you know, bottle from, I can't remember the player's name, but that one bottle from the Barley, that's the money shot. They saw the chance.
Pulled across.
There it is, yeah. Pulled across. They saw the opportunity. It was staring right at him down the alley, and they just went for it. And it's, you know, this is not a very, I think, common brawler composition for Hot Potato, but UPRU are making interesting plays right now. The fact that they have an Edgar, I mean, of course, Barley is just very common, especially for this map. You got a 10% pick rate for that specific brawler, but you accompany him with an Edgar and an Ems. Ems is someone that you don't see too often, but it's a viable pick just because she can control space really well. Her attacks linger in spaces for a while. You know, it's area denial. At the same time, she can do a little bit of that damage over time if she does get shots onto the vault. At the same time, look at how Sam plays Edgar. He hides in the bush. If Aaron or someone else walks there unsuspecting, they actually get taken out really quickly. But again, it all comes down to whether he can get into that position in the first place. This time he dives right in, takes one player out, and now he's going to get chased by Seichi. It's going to be a bit of a trade. Folded Cross finds Vex as well, and it brings us back to a 1v2 situation as Aaron respawns. Still though, Folded managed to get his super onto the Byro vault. That is 71% left for Byro, and let's see how they respond to this.
Aaron has the super. The turret's going to get popped down. Sam will take a bit of damage, and Aaron will use that opportunity to come back right at the very end. Finest coming through with that attack once again. Byro losing a lot of health on their vault, on their safe, because of that dot damage. Pulled across again. doing his best, and he really is hitting his shot. So his super is charging up very, very quickly. Sam gonna go for the jump. Super hits.
Ooh.
Will get Seichi, and after that, Aaron with the reply kill. Folded cross comes through, takes out Vex. Super comes in. Massive amount of dot damage onto the ball. Gets 2 more hits, and that's gonna bring it down to 19 versus 81. UPRU still in a very, very commanding lead.
Sam, I mean, even as Edgar, even if he's not touching the Byro vault, the fact that he jumps in and takes Aaron out even does quite a bit of damage to, if there are 2 players in his vicinity, he's going to hurt them. Now he's just jumping in, taking Vex out. He might get cornered by Seiji, but he's disabling the Byro defense and allows for Finest to push up. Folded cross now, a couple more bottles, and it's going to seal the deal. UPRU takes the win from Hot Potato. That is incredible. Finest. Well, I'm gonna head down to Fair Price Finest right after this and pick myself up some toilet paper. Anyway, that is the game for this first map. Incredible.
Indeed, indeed. So they march on, and we'll go to
Snaked Assault.
Snake Assault. This one, very open map. So many options to choose from, so many ways. But we have seen 8-bit usually is the favorite choice for this map, and I think. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. We're definitely going to see. I think we're going to see an 8-bit without a doubt. I would be surprised if we don't see an 8-bit.
Well, fair. I mean, we did see Seiji as 8-bit doing a lot of damage onto Covalent's vault earlier on. Again, though, this is going to be interesting because we've never seen that much from UPRU before, except for what they played against McDaddy. Right now, onto this map, Byro's the only one so far, at least today, that has had any practice on this map. You know, they played it against Covalent, and in which they won pretty triumphantly. I think it was a 2-0 at the end of that game. Right now, against UPRU, they seem to struggle a little bit because UPRU are pulling out these interesting brawler compositions that you don't see too often. You don't see an Edgar on Hot Potato that much unless, you know, it's against a team that really knows what they're doing. And UPRU could be that team. Byro, they are not quite adapting to those plays yet because we just saw them, you know, they lost the first round, but they went into the second round with the exact same brawler composition. Now, they went back at it again. The strategy, maybe they were trying something different, but it didn't work out, right? It was still Sam disabling them as Edgar, Finest doing a lot of AoE, not to mention Folded Cross, just, you know, he's just tossing, you know, a little bit of a Steph Curry action, doing a lot of damage with those bottles. Snaked Assault, I mean, I'm just talking about how these two teams play right here. If Snaked Assault is a map where UPRU has an interesting brawler composition that Byro does not know how to adapt to or counter, we could see a really quick 2-0 on this map.
Very possible. Very, very possible. And very astute observations, Quack. We just have to wait and see, I think. That's about it. But let's give a shout out to Supercell for allowing this to happen. Also, big shout out to ESL Asia. Do join the Brawl Stars community group that ESL Asia has set up. Also, there is the ESL Mobile Open. So they just launched that very recently. Massive prize pools. It's a regional competition, which will, I think, eventually lead to either studio events where people get flown down, so you get to travel, even during this time, or it could be to bigger prize pools as well. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? And
Right.
yeah, it's open to anyone, remember.
It
So
is,
I
yeah.
think you can still
See.
register, and there are plenty of game options
Yeah.
as well. Brawl Stars is definitely one of the most popular ones.
That's right. Last week it was Brawl
there.
Stars.
Yeah.
Last week was Brawl Stars. It's the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, I think, and Byro was one of the teams that played in there. They qualified for, I think, some challenger competition within the ESL Mobile Open. Yesterday, they had Asphalt 9, I think, which is it's a racing game, very interesting. It looked really fun, really hype, and commentators did awesome. So if you guys want to check that out, if you're big fans of mobile gaming, feel free, like and subscribe, like we say all the time, to the ESL Asia YouTube channel, like the Facebook page, check out ESL Mobile Open because there are a lot of interesting games there. Not to mention ESL Asia has a Twitter account too. They post a lot of highlights and updates from a lot of these games that are going on. And right now, it's going to be Byro versus UPRU on Snaked Assault, the second map in this best of 5 series. And already the teams are trying to seize control. Like you said, Phil, we do see 2 8-bits. And aside from that, Jesse's and Amber. Emperor in the form of Vex, so he could be looking to torch some of these tall grasses. He does not want to fall to Sam, who tends to play around that obstacle a lot. In fact, it's going to be Byro already seizing control, down to 40% now is the UPRU Vault, 20% is Seiichi, just continuing to go to town. This is his home. He just makes it easy for Byro to secure the win. You said it, Phil. 8-bit. I did not expect that, but wow, that was quick.
Yeah, you really got to be careful. And they made them pay. So they paid the price, and we will go into the next round. But ESL Mobile Open, I just have that open at the moment right now. No pun intended. But yeah, the open ladder, I think, is over already, and now we are at the stage of the challenge. The open play-ins was on the May the 7th, so on June 15th they're going to go into the challenge season, which is going to be a 4-week season, and then it's a round robin, and then we go into the challenge finals on July 17th to 18th. Prize pool is pretty massive. It is for the open ladder, it was 1,300 split 8 ways, and then in the challenger prize pool, it's $45,000 split 8 ways as well. So that is crazy. First place 18K, second place 9K, third and fourth place 5K. 5th and 6th around 2.5K, and then 7th and 8th. Even if you end up at 7th and 8th, $1,750, $1,500, still
that's a
large amount of money.
Big old bucket of buckaroos.
It is.
But that's for the ESL Mobile Open. What about what we've got for this Brawl Stars SG community member? What's the prize distribution like? Because we haven't gone over that yet today.
It's $1,200.
That's right.
So $100 and $50 to the top 2 teams on Saturday who qualify, and then in the finals it is $550, $300, $150, $50.
Yeah,
if
that's
I'm not
absolutely
wrong.
Right. 100% correct. I got it right here. First place, it is $550, followed by $300, $150, and $50. So, it's kind of happening pretty soon. This is the upper bracket final, but after this, we get to see who's going to place 4th and 3rd, and it's a pretty big difference, $150 and $50. Along with that, it's bragging rights, so you definitely don't want to lose that early on. It's going to be Mac Daddy versus Covalent in the lower bracket round 3. Right now, though, still on Snaked Assault, it's going to be Byro versus UPRU. And Byro, if it works, we're not going to fix it, right? Vex still on the Amber, and he is looking to push up front. But this time, UPRU switching up their positions a little bit. Still though, no avail. Vex is going to take Finesse down, and in fact, it's going to be a trade as Folded Cross, immediately sensing his position, is going to launch a couple more bullets into his face. 3v3 again, and both teams are setting themselves up, but Finest, his bullets are just going to bounce back and forth. It's going to hit Vex, it's going to hit Seiichi, and because of that, Seiichi's going to push himself all the way to the left side, where he's going to face against Folded Cross. Might fall, in fact, yep, Folded Cross gets that kill. Aaron wants to take Finest down now, and he will, but in the midst of that, takes a bit of chip damage, and Byro's vault is down to 97%. Look at how safe UPRU are playing, Phil.
They are very... I mean, they have already gotten the lead, right? It's not a massive lead, but now I think they might get a full wipe. Well, Aaron goes down. Sam is low on health, though. Oh! Ooh. Tries to go for the jump, just out of range, actually. Or either that or Aaron had a body block. And now Aaron with the speed boost gets taken out, though. So great target priority from Finest at the moment. Aaron goes in for the backstab, unable to get anyone. Sam once again misses the super. He really needs to. You know, get that pat down. Seiichi will drop Folded Cross. Both of the damage boosters are still up. And Seiichi needs to get his damage booster slightly more forward so he can take advantage of that and help his teammates out also. So he has that super. He is going to pop it. There we go. They are in range, and Seiichi's just going to go absolutely crazy now. We'll drop one. Now onto that safe. Vex applying the pressure on the right side, and UPRU just cannot deal with all of these angles. They're not able to do anything. Aaron with the backstab super coming out from Vex. And I think we are gonna finish this off with you know, a very impressive style from Byro. They will take it, and we'll go 1-1 on the scoreboard.
1-1. Seiichi, man. Okay, first half of the game, I don't know, Byro looked a little bit, you know, they were trying to feel things out. They're playing safe. Both sides were playing safe. But they kind of took some damage from the Jesse bullets. But then Seiichi just, all right, I had enough of this. I'm gonna walk up, place my damage booster. I see the opening. I'm just gonna use that one. Oh my, sorry, that one little wall, and you know, step in and out of cover like he was playing Time Crisis or something. You know, it's like action. It comes out, machine gun, boom, spray and pray, and he goes full auto, takes him down from like 100. And in, you know, a few seconds, it went down to 10%. That is awesome. So that's kind of how Snaked Assault went. What do you think's going to happen on Central Traffic, which is our next map?
Something very similar. Something very, very similar. Like, it's not as open, but you still have those obstacles in range, and if you can pop a damage booster, you can just go absolutely crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of concealment from the grass in the middle area, so you can use that. You can use that on the left and the right flanks as well if you want to kind of try and go for the backstab. And I think by the time you get through the grass, you're able to be in range with a Colette jump.
Ooh, that is very interesting. I mean, you're absolutely right that there is a lot of concealment, right? Cover and concealment is a very important thing, and it allows you for sneak yourself up into really interesting positions, and that's exactly what Seiichi is going to do. In fact, he's playing a brawler that can use the bushes really, really well, all right? I mean, he pops his gadget, it's called Unfriendly Bushes, and people immediately get sussed out. They get slowed down as well, and there it is. He just used it, Finest, to get slowed, and Aaron is going to abuse it. He's going to try to take him down. In fact, he gets traded off, but still, Finest is down 572. That's not a very healthy health range. In fact, though, it's going to be Seiichi and Vex just walking all over the UPRU vault. Wow. Just absolutely wow. They just went forward non-stop. They couldn't stop. I mean, there was no one there from UPRU to take them down. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they're on a roll. Now they really want to seal the deal. They don't want to mess around because they know that they they are very close to getting once they get the momentum, they're very close to building the pressure, more pressure on your opponent. Remember, it's 1-1, best of 5 series. You don't want it to drag on. And that's why I think they're being very aggressive. They want to steal the map very fast, very quick. They already got the shock and awe win with that first round. And now they're going to push for a very quick game so that they can get into match point and end this as quickly as possible.
Really, really fast. Well, let's see if they can repeat it. We never know. UPRU could switch things up a bit. They might pull out a different brawler composition that could put a dent in the Byro armor. I mean, right now, Byro's going for this really... I mean, maybe Shock and Awe, just really fast and furious. We have Vex on Amber. I mean, this time not so much of an 8-bit, but Seichi on Rosa is a fairly interesting pick, and he really, really knows how to work around the bushes. On the side of UPRU, I don't know. I mean, it happened so quick that I really just couldn't get a good read on what was going on. But what do you think UPRU needs to change in order to maybe pull a fast one over Byro?
Just play the same way that they were playing in the first round, right? Don't have to do anything special. Just get in, get the early lead, and then get the early lead, and then maybe be a bit more defensive after that. But right now, just Byro working as a full unit. They're stacking together, all three in, and just taking on these fights. So instead of having to go, 1-on-1, they're going 3-on-1, and then they're wiping, and then they're moving on to the next opponent.
Absolutely right. Working as a team. Look at this. Vex and Seichi as well. Vex will kind of keep the one UPRU player at bay. Meanwhile, Seichi's going to do his punches towards the UPRU vault. It's just beautiful teamwork and cohesion from the Byro boys right now, and they're doing a lot of work. Finest is going to try to keep Seichi at bay, but as that happens, Aaron comes in with a flank. He takes one down, immediately gets traded by Sam, but it's still not the worst for wear. Vex is going to come back and push them back a little bit. In fact, they're going to sustain a little bit of damage as Fold Across finally gets some bottles onto the Byro vault. 91-73 now, and Byro has to play defense.
Yeah, the dot damage comes out from Fold Across, so UPRU will have the lead now, but not for a very, not too long. Because Seichi and Vex are going to come through. They are able to get that wipe. I don't know why they didn't move in to try and get some damage on the vault. Maybe that's going to be a mistake that they will rue. But the backstab from Seichi will drop Vex. And now he's going to be in close range. Finest Sam will drop 2. And the damage now from UPRU will get a couple of shots in. Byro still in the lead though. They need to take out Sam, and they will do so. They'll trade between Sam and Vex.
Wow.
Aaron will pick up another. Seichi close range will drop Finest. Sam running away. He is in trouble. Seichi probably will go down. Nope, will back out, and Vex will push in now with that attack. Remember, like you said, the lingering attack is going to stay there. They can't really do anything about it. And just like that, Byro very careful, didn't overcommit too much, and they'll pick up that round. Let's pick up the map as well, and that'll bring us to 2-1 on the scoreboard. We're going to go into match point. Byro with the momentum. Can they keep it up? That is the real question.
Oh man, I think they can. Byro's boxing botanist breaks backs, and UPRU. I mean, they're left kind of stunned and dazed, right? Like, how are we losing? What do we need to change? How come Seichi could just pop his shield and super and walk up forward and just keep punching our vault? That should not be happening. This time around, the next map, GG Mortuary. Yeah, probably not a map for close range brawlers, right? I mean, just take a look at how it's laid out. Kind of like maybe a Z shape. You got that little water feature, but really it's all about the fences and how you can get within range in the first place. And something that we've seen before from a lot of teams in the past was they would play Colt, which, is a very meta pick. He's got 14.2% pick rate on this map. and they will use his silver bullet to just shoot out the fences outright completely. Open it up, lines of sight, and then let's get the other brawlers in to do more damage. Brawlers like Barley, maybe Brock, maybe Edgar if you want to jump in a lot. I don't know, but this is a map that you have to be a little bit more careful about, I think. Because if you fall, it's going to be a pretty long time before you respawn, and then you have to make your way all the way around back towards your opponent's vault. So don't want to die too often here.
Yeah, you're completely right. And, you know, they can't make any mistakes. Really, 100%. They need to be focused. They need to be calm. They need to be composed. And if they don't, they are going to get knocked down to low bracket. So it's not terrible, right? But the advantage of winning this game means you get a bit of rest, a bit of respite. Maybe you can use that time to go and have lunch, essentially, while your opponent has to fight their way through the lower bracket. Yeah, lots of things can happen. And I think that rest period is really important, especially now that we're coming to almost midday.
Really, gotta take a second to just breathe and think. I mean, we said this earlier before, right? You know, esports athletes, it's not a marathon. It is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So they have to really think about the long game and be careful about this, because it's people think that esports or, you know, even Brawl Stars is just, hey, you're just playing a game on a phone. No, that's not true. There's a lot of, sure, maybe you're not moving the rest of your body, but there's a lot of mind games going on. And these games can go on for quite a while. I mean, at the end of the tournament, it's about maybe 5, close to even longer hours. So you need to pace yourself and really think about what strategies can we expend in this time. If we play a strategy that we intended to keep and hide, and then we show our hand, other teams are going to adapt to it. That's not what you want to do. So it looks like it's going to be a full-on sharpshooter game. Vex, in fact, is going to pull out Piper, maybe looking to snipe here and there, but folded cross on Crow. Now that is interesting. I mean, he's looking to jump in. He's looking to use his daggers to poison his enemies. I don't know. Byro has to be careful about this. In fact, Fine Nest is just going to open up the entire obstacle. There's a very clear line of sight down to center, and he's going to take them down to 83%. Meanwhile, Sam is still keeping them on their toes. Finally, Vex snipes him down and crosses back into the game. UPRU now in the lead, but as I say that, Seiichi uses his super, the peep missile eye thing, and he takes them down to 78. So, Phil, this is a fairly even game, but I think UPRU might just need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, they need to watch their step, definitely. And Seiichi will be able to take out Finesse, so that gives them a bit of maneuverability. But I think Byro are gonna go for the, now with the lead, they're gonna go for the conservative win. Seiichi, though, with the ult, will come down on the backside, will be able to get massive damage, like 30+% onto UPRU, and I think UPRU just don't know how to deal with it.
Well, they're
basically the game plan from Byro is eliminate the opponents, get Seiichi's ult up, and then he just teleports and does all the damage.
Exactly. And I think you're definitely right, because it does seem like UPRU, I mean, they certainly are trying, but they're kind of falling to Byro at the same time. I mean, Cross is just diving in as Crow, and yeah, he does do damage over time, but it's not as much as, say, a Barley. And in fact, every time he dives in, players like Air and Vex will take him out. In fact, it's going to be Seiichi who teleports all the way into the back of the enemy lines, but he gets taken out, and now UPRU!
My goodness.
That was close.
Folded cross, goes for the jump, almost gets in it. They had one more second, he would have sealed it and taken the ninja, sneaked it in. But unfortunately, they doesn't. So we are on match point, ladies and gents. 1 round remaining. If Byro can pick this up, they are your first grand finalists. but don't count UP out just yet. We know that the tables can turn very quickly in Brawl Stars.
It really could. But with that said, what do you think UPRU really needs to change? I mean, Byro is basically on a winning streak at this point, and they're feeling themselves. I mean, just look at how they're playing, right? They don't have to go hyper aggressive. They're just playing sharpshooters, but the way that they're positioning themselves, the way that they're taking these shots, the way Seichi even uses his peep to, go in for the explosion or teleport to the back, and UPRU has to react to these plays. They're not being proactive. What do you think they could change to maybe turn the tides against Byro?
I think Byro, what they're doing now is they're going aggressive, getting the lead, then coming defensive, and they are very cognizant. They're very mindful of anything that could come in to do a surprise attack, right? If they see a Colette, straight away target priority, take her out. If they see a Crow, straight away target priority, take him out. Like, they're just not taking any chances, and they're very aware. The situational awareness and the game awareness is really tip top so far in the second and third map. So that's what they are going to continue doing. Their opponents, they have to get their act together. I think they need to be more aggressive, and potentially, if they're going to use two jumpers, they need to either roam as a group of 3 and eliminate at least one member of Byro before going in, or they need to attack from both sides, but they need to do it simultaneously. So the timing has to be like picture perfect.
I think you definitely have a point, right? Byro with the target priority, you can almost kind of picture or hear them, playing as a team, maybe over the ESL Discord channel. They could be, they see a Crow or something like, hey, mark the Crow, let's take him down. Essentially, I think what you're saying is that UPRU, every single player needs to be on the same page. They're playing these brawlers, but right now it's almost an individual game where Cross wants to jump in, but he can't exactly do it alone. But at the same time, the rest of the team are a little bit too far back, or they sustain too much damage and they can't quite follow up. This time, though, Sam is the one who finds the first snipe onto one of the Byro players. Aaron trades it off, and he's looking to play defense. He does not want to let UPRU through that fence.
The Cold comes through, able to they'll drop that middle barrier. Finest just slightly off Hilter. If he was a bit closer, he'd be able to get some damage, but they do pop some 96%. As Folder Cross gets one shot in, Sam really just trying to kind of pick him off, but he's missing his shots. He's out of range and not so wise for him at the moment. Byro, though, the damage is taking effect, 81-90%, so UPRU really coming back, and Byro just have to hold on. They're just waiting to get the ult up. Here, he'll pop his super, misses completely, does Aaron, and Folder Cross will come in once again. It takes out Aaron. We'll get 1 or 2 hits on to that safe. Remember, there is some dot damage from his attacks because of the poison. Finest pushing down the mid. So this is exactly what UPRU need to do. They need to split the attention of Byro, and then after that, when they do the simultaneous attacks, just pile on that damage. Aaron, though, will use his super, takes out that middle area, and that might open up some attacking options for Byro.
Oh my gosh, this is exactly what you were talking about, Phil. And it starts to seem like the UPRU strategy is being a little bit more clear. Folded Cross will jump in and distract the Byro players. Meanwhile, Sam and Finest will be able to dish out a lot of damage onto the vault. I mean, Finest has already opened up the middle obstacle, and now Byro is playing defense, right? And because they're playing defense, they won't be able to push up to do damage onto UPRU's vault. And down to the 5 seconds, and it seems like the final bullet in Chekhov's chamber has been shot out, and Byro does not have anything left. 84-20, and that is the end of that round. Impressive stuff from UPRU. They actually stand a chance, even though their backs are against the wall. They're starting to fight back.
Yeah, I think they've kind of found the chink in the armor of Byro, and Byro definitely. It seemed like they lost confidence towards the end, and just went way too defensive. So maybe with a bit more aggression, they're going to be able to really push the front and pose some threat and seal this game off, because the longer it drags on, the more tired they're going to get, and the better the chance of UPRU getting back into this match.
Maybe. Well, let's see what's going to happen. It is still the 4th map in this best of 5. So UPRU, if they take Byro down right now, it pushes us into the next map and the very last. So let's see what happens. I think UPRU really wants this win, and they can, you can see the aggression in them. Folded cross, I mean, he's just out in the open. He wants to put a lot of damage out, but in fact, he's going to fall. Leaves himself exposed, but Sam is trying to keep Byro at bay right now with his bullets. Still not quite connecting, and it's going to be back to a 3v3 pretty soon as the last remaining player from UPRU respawns in. But look at Seiji, he goes in for the teleport. Ooh, does not do anything to the opposing vault, but he does take down one player, and that allows for Aaron and Seiji to do more. It goes down to 72% now. And UPRU still trying to get back into the game.
I think they're just going to stay defensive now, Byro. They'll stay defensive, and they'll have some wiggle room to kind of push in.
Ooh.
So I don't think any. It's really going to be up to UPRU, but Finest onto Aaron. He will now push in, but Seichi, as he spawns, goodness for him, he'll hit the shot, and we'll go down to folded cross. So this game is teetering on the brink. Byro go to the defense, but I think it doesn't suit them. Bullet comes in from Finance, a couple of shots in as well. Folded cross on that right side. Seichi will drop one, and they need to get aggressive, Byro. I don't think they can just sit back and relax. If they do, that's gonna open up the attack for UPRU, and there we go. It's a 2v1 at the moment. Aaron can't really do anything, and that's 60-41. Timer's going to come up very soon, in a couple of seconds, and Byro are not in a good position at the moment. Vex does have a super, so if they take off all the cross and they can hold that middle section, body block, whatever they need to do, they might be able to come back. He's behind enemy lines now, 23-41. They finally take out Vex, but they need to push in. 14 seconds, 13 seconds to go. Seichi has the ult ready in. Aaron doesn't have his super, and I think, will they be able to ninja? Jumps in, might be able to get a snipe if he gets 1 or 2 snipes. 30, 23, 21. They ninja it right at the very end. Aaron and Vex know they have to go in, and they do it. They've done it successfully, and Byro stealing it right 1 second to go on the clock, stole the win, and they will be your first grand finalist of the May Cup number 2 in the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. What a game.
That is the very definition of a buzzer beater. I mean, wow. Seiji, I don't know, he uses his super in a way that I don't really expect. I mean, the parasol just to dive in, it's a little bit slower than say a Crow or an Edgar, but it works anyway. And not to mention Aaron and Vex. Vex repeatedly trying to teleport behind enemy lines. Aaron just, he's a cult. He needs to go full auto. He needs to do a lot of damage, and they managed to make it work in the last second. I honestly did not have the best hopes from Byro towards the end of that game, but wow, that one last Hail Mary clinched it out for them.
Yeah, so we are going to go to a short break. We'll be back with the lower bracket. Is it round 1?
3. Well, round 1, 3.
Round 3, yeah. The lower bracket round 3 will come back with more action between McDaddy and Covalent, and that's going to be in a short bit. So grab some refreshments. We'll be back with you very shortly.
What's up, world? It's Sunday, and I mean, we just saw crazy matches, a buzzer beater. What's the weather forecast and the game forecast for the rest of the day, Phil?
Cloudy with a side of meatballs.
Cloudy with a side or a chance of meatballs. That is very apt because anything can happen. Meatballs can fall from the sky. Spike cactus bombs could fall from the sky too. Who knows, right? But of course, we are back with the Brawl Stars SG Community Rumble. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and with me is Death Adder, aka Phil. He's chewing something. I wonder what he's got for us. He's always eating interesting things. But it's going to be the lower bracket round 3 right now with the teams Covalent versus Mac Daddy. I mean, they qualified, so they must be pretty good. Covalent, in fact, they beat teams who won the entire May Cup #1 last week. So I don't know. What do you think's gonna happen right now, Phil?
No idea. No idea. As these cups have come through the months, like it's been so hard to predict anything. The games are very there's no skill gap, or virtually almost no skill gap. They have very unique strategies. They know the meta. It makes it easy for us, and it makes it hard for us. So it makes it easy for us because there really isn't anything to analyze, but it makes it hard for us because there isn't anything to analyze.
The reason why I'm asking you questions because I don't know either, right? I mean, it really is crazy. Mac Daddy, unfortunately, I don't think we got to see much of them because UPRU just dominated, absolutely dominated. But Covalent, we saw them a little bit more in their matches against Byro. But again, it really is true. The skill gap is minimal, but all these teams who qualified are really strong and they deserve their spots in these games. But right now, in lower bracket round 3, the very first map on Central Traffic. Again, haven't seen too much of Mac Daddy to know enough like how they would play, but at least in their game against UPRU, it just seemed like if they don't, players like CGQI, if they don't get into that headspace where they feel confident enough to play aggressively, to push up front, especially on a game like Heist where you need that momentum, you need that aggression, you might just be stuck playing defense the entire game. And I think that's kind of what happened in their matches against UPRU. Now, Covalent, on the other hand, might be a little bit more give and take. They start to feel things out. If they see an opening, then they'll go in for it. But, we haven't seen them play against each other before, these two teams. The map, Central Traffic, of course, like it sounds and the way it suggests, there's a lot of traffic in the center, right? You got that one square-shaped grass patch in the center. You got little lanes on the left and right as well. So it really comes down to how these teams want to push up front. We saw a lot of regression from teams like Byro and UPRU. They will play brawlers like Stu, they'll play Edgar, they'll play Crow. I don't know about these guys. No, they don't seem to be hyper aggressive. In fact, they just go for something a little bit more safe. In fact, it's going to be, a bit of a mirror matchup. But instead of a Barley on Covalent, we have T-Rez on Max. He could be the one to go aggressive. But as I say that, GQY just pops his super, wants to do damage to the bush, to the vault, but in fact gets taken out by Dabosh. Roses will try to control the center, but the rest of the team are trying to push themselves up front. Look at that super! AoE, and they cannot do anything to hurt Roses. In fact, he's just gonna spray a couple more spritzes onto the Mac Daddy vault. Get a whiff of that. Do you smell what Roses is cooking? It smells good.
I'll take your word for it. And right now, Mac Daddy down by a quarter of their vault, and CVL really pushing it very heavy. 1 down, 2 down. T-Rez, a lot of shots onto that. The Bosch can push in if he wants, but he's still in that melee battle with GQY, CGQY that is. And now T-Rez just unstoppable with the backstabs in. Davia can't do anything because his attacks, remember, do have a bit of a range effect to him. So he's a ranged brawler, and against T-Rez, whose attacks are like almost instantaneous in terms of landing them, he excuse me, he's in a lot of trouble.
Wow. Okay. Well, it does seem like Roses will fall for, I think, the first time in this game, and it's gonna be GQI who takes him out. You know, we start to see the Roses get stuck in cage matches quite a bit, trying to BJJ or MMA themselves out of these situations. So there we have it, Dabaj against GQI again. GQI though, I mean, he just wants to go in for the pancakes. He just wants to push up forward and do damage on the Covalent Vault, but not able to do so. Dabaj is just gonna keep him in an arm lock or something. Right now, down to the last 15 seconds, and Mac Daddy down to 46%. They really need to go in for this, but they can't. Look at this. T-Res just says no. GQI gets the door shut in his face, and 3 seconds remaining. In fact, they're trying to destroy the vault. 91-11. And Covalence takes away round 1.
They do, and pretty commandingly, very easy as well. So I think T-Rez really the MVP for that round, was able to just he used the speed boost very smartly, and he didn't focus on the vault at the beginning, right? It wasn't just like his primary suicide kamikaze that like dive bomb onto the vault. He went for the flank, did a couple of shots on damage onto Mac Daddy's brawlers, and then he would get in, get out. They didn't know how to deal with him, and they couldn't get close range. GQY like couldn't do anything because his brawler is so slow, and then the Barley couldn't do anything as well because of the range and how long the attack takes to come down. So he was just really the big thorn in their side, right, as he was just poking in and out, juking them as well. And then once he was able to eliminate 1 or 2 with his teammates, then he focused on getting the pot shots on the vault.
You're absolutely right, Phil. I mean, I think one of the reasons why you see a Barley alignment, we talk about the damage over time a lot. But the thing is, he needs to get within range to be able to do that damage over time onto the opposing vault. On a map like Central Traffic, he has a pick rate of 8.9%. That is pretty darn high for Brawl Stars. And they need to, I think, work together as a team a little bit better. Because if one brawler is stuck at the back and he cannot get within range, the rest of the team are trying to do their own thing and push up front. Everyone is stuck in their own individual battles, and that's kind of what we're seeing on the side of Mac Daddy. Chao's going to fall to T-Rez, and now Roses and T-Rez are going to be able to push up front, do a little bit of damage already onto the Mac Daddy vault. GQI, again, on his own, just trying to push up front, do that 13%. But, you're just one person. The rest of your team is stuck at the back. They can't follow up with you, and because of this, Mac Daddy's vault is going to slowly chip away. It's going to kind of come down to a base race right now, as GQI is still over by Covalent's vault. But meanwhile, Covalent's, they got 2, maybe 3 players starting to come back in the game? Oh no, actually now they have to be careful because GQY has been stuck there and no one's doing damage on the Mac Daddy vault. 11% left, they need to take him down. It's going to go down to it, the base race 11-12, and now GQY is dead. Let's see if Roses and T-Res can turn this around. 1% is all the difference, Phil.
I mean, that's one collet jump, right? So if they can get GQY into position, they might be able to do it. But T-Rez, once again with the speed boost, comes around the corner, bang, 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 takes it out, vault goes down, and they'll take the first map. I wouldn't say super easily, but that second round must have been a nail-biter.
It really should not have happened. GQY was alone Meanwhile, the rest of the team could have, three players, three against one in a base race. Usually the three would, take down the opposing vault, but I guess they lost players and it just became a little bit too close for comfort. But they rallied themselves, they took GQI down, and T-Rez, right? Bang, bang, bang. He gets the shots in, and that closes out the first round. Say hello to Spike as we move forward.
He was looking away. He couldn't bear to watch. He was so hyped. He was so hyped and anxious that he had to turn around.
Yeah, dude. That happens in Brawl Stars. It really does. You're rooting for both teams, and you're not sure who's gonna come out on top, especially when it comes to 1% difference. Ooh. Anyway, next map. Oh my god, that is that sound. Next map is going to be Kaboom Canyon, on which there are cactuses. Cacti? Cactuses?
Cacti.
I don't know. Cacti. There we go. Thank you for helping me out. We have seen Kaboom Canyon before. We have seen a lot of Colettes, but we have not seen Covalent versus Mac Daddy on Kaboom Canyon. What do you think's going to happen there? A lot of hashtag CVL win in the chat right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Kaboom Canyon slightly more open, I think, and the fact that once you get to the lakes or the ponds, you're in range already. Judging from how they did in that previous map, it could go either way. Yeah, the first round I think was more like shock and all around, like we always see that, right? But the second round was a lot closer, so anything could happen.
Essentially,
depends on the sharpshooters.
There is potential for Mac Daddy to come back on this map. Then again, it all comes down to how CVL plays against the Mac Daddies, and right now they're taking a lot of damage. They're trying to push up forward. I can see what they're trying to do, but they're sustaining a lot of damage in this fight. Look at how Mac Daddy are kind of surrounding them as GQI just pushes up front, takes his super, and does a lot of damage onto the Covalent's vault. Down to 82 and 87. And T-Rez is looking to build his super back up. GQI trying to do the same thing. In fact, he's the one who gets his super first, and there he goes, 13% yet again. 69 to 87 now.
He needs help, and he needs it quick. Xavier, 3 volleys onto that safe. See GQY with the jump, so that's 13. Again, another 13%, 26% damage onto that safe. And now the counterattack coming in from T-Rez and Roses, but looks like they're just gonna go for control right now. Maybe they'll push in with the next team wipe Drago with the save. But CGQI will come in a couple of hits. That'll bring it to 22% left on Covalent's save. Xavier has that. Remember, he does have the damage boost out, so he can teleport. Also has increased rate of fire, plus movement speed for himself and his teammates. CGQI just needs one more super, and the safe will go down. Xavier is on that left side, is in range, and they're gonna have to body block his shots. Oh, he gets a couple in, so that's 75.8%. CGQI, one more hit, has the super ready to go. Oh my goodness, about to jump in, but they're able to drop her. Drago does that. And now the counter from Covalent. Can they get in? They will with T-Rez. T-Rez almost goes down. CGQI, remember, almost in range, is now in range. We'll go for the jump, and that's it. Mac Daddy, will seal it out. And what a play from them.
Mac Daddy with the hot cakes. I mean, you got your Mac Daddies, you got your McDonald's, you got the hot cakes, and you got Xavier with the fries. GQY just pushes up forward, and he goes in for the dine and dash. I mean, okay, well, don't dine and dash. That's a bad thing to do. But he just goes in, dashes out, takes the damage, and I don't know what was happening with Covalent. It was honestly a little bit weird, right? They were trying to, swing the momentum in their favor, trying to gain control over certain spots of the map, but in doing so, they sustained a lot of damage. I think ultimately that was kind of maybe the biggest mistake. We saw Roses trying to make a lot of plays with the Crow as well, but maybe Kaboom Canyon isn't quite the best place to use this strategy. I mean, Crow does have a fairly decent pick rate on this map, 4%.
Right.
One of the highest win rates as well is 64.3, at least according to the Brawlify website. But it comes down to the teamwork, the strategy, because Crow on his own is not strong enough to do everything that he needs, to do damage to a vault, to this delay and then slow down pushes. I mean, he does have his slowing toxins gadget, and we see him using it, but his highest DPS is when he's at point blank range, and that is something that he can kind of only get to when he uses his super. Other than that, he's got 3,360 points of health, which is not that much. And just look at this, he's all the way at the back, and he needs to slow and do damage over time to his opponents, which again isn't that much. So trying to distract them allows for T-Res to push up forward, use the super. It's down to 87 now. Maybe they stand a better chance this time.
Perhaps. But they're gonna have to trudge along and make sure that they don't get taken out. But as he lands, Chow will take out I think it was Roses. Yeah, it was Roses. CGQI just waiting to get that super up. But T-Res also playing Colette will get the jump on, and that's a 162 target priority once again. Takes out him, eliminates him, gets the super up, and goes in for another dive. So 150%. Covalent's in the lead. CGQI goes for the dive. Will get the damage twice on to T-Res, and now they are in the Chow. Remember, he might not be in a good spot, because if he goes for the damage, there's no one. His main priority should be healing and sustaining his teammates, and now the counter comes in from Covalent. So they're just gonna chill out right behind the barrier. Here we go, once again, another jump in from T-Res, and he's hitting his shots, he's getting his eliminations, and that's allowing him to get his super up very, very quickly.
Wow.
One more hit, and he'll be ready for another jump.
Well, there it is. There is a jump from GQY. Roses comes back into the game, and he's trying to do his best, but still really low. Does manage to take GQY down. In fact, it's going to be trade on both sides, but look at where T-Res is. Look at what he's doing. It's down to 13. He only needs a couple more shots, and Mac Daddy will be gone. But as I say that, we have Xavier, who is still alive, and he's trying to do it. He's trying to take them down. 3% remaining, and Mac Daddy are dead. Covalent. T-Res just stomps all over them with his big T-Rex feet. That's going to be Covalent's taking this map away as well, I think, and we move forward into the next one, the third map, which is Safe Zone.
I think if they can
oh, it's round two.
Yeah, so it is 1-1 on the scoreboard. We're going to the tie break here on this map as we get corrected. But yeah, if they can continue, I think it should not be an issue for them to seal out and close this out.
It was a little bit weirder this time around. I mean, again, so like we're seeing in the chat, people are talking about lanes, and everyone has their own individual lane, right? Brawl Stars, you got kind of the left, the center, and the right lane, and each brawler kind of stakes their claim over it. And it kind of comes down to that matchup, 1v1. Who is going to fight against who? Is it going to be a mirror match, or is there a brawler that actually counters a different brawler, right? Colette versus 8-Bit would be a strong one, and that's kind of what we're seeing T-Res try to accomplish. But in the midst of that, GQY will build up his super, and he could potentially skewer 2 players as well. In fact, they're going in for their own individual dashes, and now it's just the GQY and T-Rez game. Roses is trying to fend them off, but he has to be wary because Xavier can do quite a bit of damage onto a Crow. So still, T-Rez is in towards behind enemy lines. He builds up his super with a couple of shots, goes in for the dashes, and it's going to be 70 to 50 right now. What is going on, Phil?
I do not know, but they're doing pretty good, I think, in balancing their offense and their defense right now. They don't want to overextend here. Bang! They have control of that midsection. T-Rez comes in for the jump. GQY will get taken out by Roses and Drago, and unfortunately T-Rez goes down. Xavier has his damage booster out, so that's helping his team on that left flank, but he'll get taken out by Drago. So good map awareness from him to realize that. And now T-Rez will slowly try and build up his super once again. Has a super, there we go, as he gets 3 hits in. CGQY goes for the jump, unable to take him out. And now it's going to be a one-on-one fight. He uses his super. T-Rez going to take, oh no, he doesn't get the kill. But he does have his super up, remember. And when he respawns, he's going to want to use that ASAP. CGQY also ready to go for the jump. So they need to take out CGQY so that T-Rez can posture in and go for the jump. And that's what he'll do. So once again, more damage onto that save. 21 health left versus the 70 of Covalent. Jump in comes through.
My God.
Roses, a bit more damage, 70 to 13. But now they're going to go for the team wipe. Drago goes down.
Ooh.
Respawn from Roses. If they get everyone onto that safe, they might be able to take it out.
Oh
Damage booster comes in,
God.
20, 13%. They need to body block these shots, 15 to 13. And the bell will save Covalent right at the end. And I think they take, is that?
Yeah.
The second round?
2-1.
They do. So Covalent will take the second round, and that's 2-0 on the map count in this best of 5 series. We go to the third map with Covalent just narrowly escaping that by 2%. So close. They got their body blocks. They're so lucky that CGQY didn't have his super up, because if he did, there's no way to stop him. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. You just have to chin up, pull up your socks, and get ready for the next series or next game or next round.
Well, the next round will be Save Zone. Similar-ish layout to what we just saw on Kaboom Canyon. Of course, we have the water feature as the kind of a yardstick or range indicator, but at the same time, this time there is a lack of bushes or a grass patch in the center of the map, so you can't quite hide in there anymore. In fact, if you go there, you leave yourself fairly exposed unless you're using the obstacles for cover. So you got to be wary of how you position yourself, especially on this specific map, Safe Zone. I mean, if I were to reference what we just saw in the previous game, Covalent tends to, they want to go aggressive. The thing is, once they get into their zone, like this momentum where they have control over the center of the map, then they start to play their game. They start to take you down to, 10%. But then if they lose their momentum, if there is a team wipe, if they don't get to their favorable positions early on in the game, they start to struggle, right? The first kind of round where they lost against Mac Daddy was kind of because they couldn't get to the center of the map. They were losing out in those sorts of lane duels. It's only when they start to figure it out, okay, I should be placing this brawler on this lane. I should be taking this duel instead of, taking 1v1s all across the board. Then they start to do a little bit better. At the same time, Mac Daddy, it's this really strong team game where if they can come in with a team wipe, you see the 8-bit, you see GQI, and he just goes in with the supers. Question is, on Save Zone, can they make those plays happen again? I am not too sure because it's fairly different. I mean, the lanes are kind of swapped up around, right? It's not a very clear line of sight unless you break open those obstacles.
We'll see what happens as we go in game. So we're gonna have a Colette, an 8-bit, and a Bali for CVL. On the other side, we're gonna have Colette, Colt, and I think none other than... I can't see him because he is concealed by the observer mode, but we'll find out in a bit. So here we go. Chow on to Drago. So very different lineups, Quack, at the moment. Seems like going for a more direct route are McDaddy, whereas Covalents are going for more damage over time, more range, and a more surprise kind of attack.
In fact, it's kind of coming down to an all-out brawl, right? So Xavier is on Jesse, and he is using the recoil spring gadget as opposed to what Aaron was using earlier on, which was the shocking turn, kind of. He's trying to play that high fire rate turret, do a lot of damage onto Covalent's vault strategy, but the thing about that is you gotta time your turret placement very carefully, because if your opponents are alive and they're within range, they're gonna take your turret down really, really quickly. At the same time, Roses will trade Chow off, and he gets caught in a hard position. GQI will be the one to take him down. He has a super, he goes in for the dive, and now we are down to half percentage with reference to Mac Daddy. 101 and 50 on the side of Covalence. Got to be very careful right now. I say it's an all-out brawl because both teams are just fighting against each other in the center of the map, but right now Mac Daddy are kind of winning, and it's partially due to the fact that they have a Jessie, right? You got to keep in mind her bullets can bounce and spread. Basically, look at that. It hits one player, it bounces over onto Roses, and then it bounces onto the Covalent's vault. And now the super comes in, it's the turret, it's high fire rate, high speed, and in the blink of an eye, they lose every single thing that they've got. It went from 49 to 0, and that was the game. Mac Daddy with the Jesse plays.
Indeed, indeed. And they have to be careful right there. They need to adjust and not really... I don't know what... they must be thinking, like, how did that go wrong? Right? They're off to a good start, and then somehow they just clawed their way back in. So... yeah, the lineups were really strange also. Like, you had... Usually you see like a more mirrored matchup, but the fact that they kind of... I think they went for a more cheesy strat. Did Covalence, and it didn't really turn out. So there we go. They go for a more direct one with Drago, the only one who's gonna kind of just be at the back and then try and put some dots in.
Well, it is odd. I mean, okay, normally it's Debosh who plays, and Drago, I think, is kind of their team captain. Now he's subbing in for them, and at the same time, he's playing as Barley. He's going to take GQI out, knowing where he will land after the super gets popped, but it's an interesting brawler composition. I can see what they're trying to go for. Drago with the damage over time or area denial. Meanwhile, T-Rez supports Roses, but this means that they are completely banking on Roses for the high damage output. If Roses falls, and that is kind of what is happening right now, T-Rez is the only one left, and he can't quite do much on his own. Keep in mind, Byron does not do that much damage unless he nails his shots, and then again, it is damage over time. So he really needs to keep Roses alive, and Roses needs to stay out of danger, but it's a really tough thing to pull off. It's kind of that TF2 medic plus heavy strategy. Roses is just going in for it, and he is managing to take out Xavier. 2 players fall on Mac Daddy's side, but GQI is the one that they need to look out for. They really need to stop him from doing those supers again and again. 26% on Covalent's vault. That is just 2 Colette supers away from dying.
They are in a very rough spot right now. And they're not out of it just yet, right? Like, all Drago needs is get a couple of shots. T-Res as well. There comes a jump. So they're down to 14. But like I said, there we go. All they need is Drago, get a couple of supers, get a couple of shots off on the safe. Down to 6. They need to be careful. So they need to go for a team wipe here. If not, they're out of it. 6% 53. Chow is coming through the back. He's going to get a double. And he's going to get a triple now. And that's going to be it. So McDaddy will take the third map. We're still on match point, remember? But McDaddy now are hanging on and could make their way through.
They really could. Well, this pushes us, I think, into the next map, which is Hot Potato. The score on the overall map count right now is 2-1. If McDaddy takes this, then we go all the way into the very final map. But let's see what happens. I mean, it really is, you know, earlier on we said seesaw, but right now I'm going to say it's a tango, kind of a back and forth between these two teams. Covalent wants to play their strategy, but when they get denied by McDaddy, when McDaddy has their strategy of their own and they figure out completely how to stop Covalent from coming into their own, Covalent just starts to fall apart. I mean, they managed to take it down to 60%, but that was 60 to like 10 or maybe 26 before it went down at the very least. That's something that should not quite happen. It's not that close, and it's just because Covalent can't quite, you know, pull out the strategy that they want. You can see that they have a plan. You can see that when they're in game, they have something that they're trying to do. But McDaddy is just, it's the dad and being like, no, son, you can't. Sit down. Let me school you.
Well, we will just have to wait and see whether they can carry on and use that momentum that they have to kind of put the brakes on Covalent's lead. They do remember they're on match point, so they really can't make any mistakes. If they lose the first round on this map, it's going to be really, really like a lot of pressure on them to seal that and then go to a tie break. And you don't want that kind of stress. So it's really important that they secure this first round in this upcoming map.
Well, for all the Covalent fans, they really need everything that they can get, and they really need to come together as a team. I mean, the earlier strategy of Drago supporting Roses with Byron wasn't quite working out. This time around, we have T-Res on Edgar. Meanwhile, Roses and Drago on Ems and Barley. Something that we saw work very well against a team like Byro early on. McDaddy, on the other hand, though, they're sticking to what they know, what they're comfortable with, which works. It's GQI on Colette and the rest of the team filling out as Barley, as Jesse. Let's see what happens. It's again a little bit of an all-out brawl in the center again right now, and GQI still building up his super. In fact, he's going to go take Roses down. He's out of the equation. There it is, the bit of a skewer. Drago gets hit. He pops his own super to try to deny them from pushing up front, but it's a little bit too late. Chow is already popping. I mean, Xavier is already popping his Jesse turret. The recoil spring works, and it's going to be 35 to 96 at the end of that engagement. McDaddy really, really pulling in all the stops right now.
Well, they need to tighten this up, but unfortunately for them, they're already through. The body's in the back doing a lot of dot damage as Chow. They will drop 2. CGQI, they need to be careful because if he does get one hit in, that's it. 11% left, so that's one Colette super. They'll kill one. Chow is almost down, so good luck. Lucky for them. They need to kill CGQY now. Target priority has to be her, and they will drop him. That's 2 down. Now they're gonna go for the save. They need to drop Chow as well. Oh no! Oh, luckily for them, the dot damage gets Chow. T-Res stuck in there, very low, and now I think CGQI will get in range, and that's gonna be it.
Ooh.
So McDaddy will take the first round. Oh man, I think CVL they really need to. This is not working out. Like this lineup is definitely not working out for them. So they need to go something a bit more direct with like what they used in the first map and the second map.
They need something to take GQI down, right? Xavier, Chow, they're doing their thing. Chow always, with the maple syrups as Barley is trying to push up forward. I say maple syrups just because the color of the bottle and the skin. But yeah, he's trying to push up, do that damage over time. Not too big of a problem because he gets easily traded out by the rest of the CVL roster. I mean, their own Barley players doing damage as well, but GQI is the one that stands out the most. I mean, he consistently builds up his super, consistently pushes up, and it's just an easy dash for him once he gets within range. They have not been able to stop him from doing that. I mean, at times they come close when Mac Daddy gets desperate and then they just go in for those 1v1s, everyone starts to fall. But at the start of the game, that's the one that they really need to put a stop to, because GQI starts to build up this momentum, starts to build up his supers, and then he just piles it on again and again. So I'm not quite sure. Covalent, they need something different. They need to put a stop to the Colette, and I think maybe it calls for a bit of a brawler change, maybe a bit of a lane switch as well, and that's what we're seeing from Drago, which is a sound pick. Colonel Ruffs, his bullets will bounce off of walls, and because of that, he does take GQI down. There it is, though. The rest of the team, Roses gets a bit of an armor upgrade, and now they're looking to seize control over the map.
I think. Oh well, we'll see how this turns out. But I think they should have gone for a Byron Max Barley lineup. But they're a lot more confident now. They come straight down the middle. T-Res will be able to get a jump in. The heals from Roses with that gadget. Drago as well. Almost going down to Xavier. But for the moment, they're holding pretty steady. Xavier has a super. We'll pop that turret in. And now, luckily for him, it concentrates on T-Res. And so the safe is pretty safe for now. 92, 56%. Roses gets a double. And he's going to be able to pop that super. And the dots are going to burn that safe. 92, 34. Here comes the extra shield onto T-Res. And T-Res should get the super up pretty shortly.
Wow.
Which will allow him to go for a dive in the back. Roses is in range with the dots. Oh. 2 more hits, and that's going to be it. Covalent with a better showing right there. And again, it works out for them when they're splitting the attention of their opponent, right? And that's exactly what they did in that round. Barley on the right, down the middle, they have T-Res putting in the pressure, just getting the super up and then making a dash down the middle. And then on the left side, Colonel Ruff just able to lock that down pretty pat solid.
A bit of a divide and conquer, if you will. But yeah, I mean, was it Drago who was playing as Colonel Ruff? I mean, whoever it was doing a very good job, because he was bouncing, knowing how to use the walls, first of all, and taking down his opponents. Anytime GQI tried to push up, this time they managed to put a stop to him, right? And that is what they needed in the first place. This is very smart, because if you take a look at how they split control over the map, it's Drago on the left side, which is where his bullets will work. Look at that. He took Xavier out with ease. And at the same time, Roses on the right side of the map, which, it is kind of a symmetrical map, but it's one that favors Barley because it's a very tight lane, and his bottles will really just, look at that, one round circle and it locks out the entire lane. Once that bottle is dropped down, Chao cannot push up front until the flames dissipate. And that is exactly what Covalent wants to do. This time it works out beautifully, but let's see if the rest of the team can pick up the pace. Drago needs to start building up his super, drop down armor packets for his team, maybe the sandbags to support himself. T-Rez really wants to get the supers up, because then and only then will he be able to dash in. But that's not even necessary. There it goes. It's Roses plus T-Rez to do a lot of wombo combo damage onto the Mac Daddy Vault, and now they're down to 65%, 90 to 60. But still, then again, it's going to be Xavier with the turret, and they need to deal with this quick. It gets taken out, but Xavier's still alive. There's the second turret, and another dash in from GQI. Oh, this is not too good. They need to answer this really quick. Drago tries to do his best. In fact, he's trying to bounce the shots onto Xavier, takes him out, but the rest of the team are piling on the damage quick and thick. It's down to 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. It takes away, and now they're at 1%. That's 160 points of health. A whisper, and they are dead. Covalent needs an iron tower of defense right now, or it's game over.
Yeah, 1%. Oh man. Oh man. Just like didn't know how to deal with the aggression. And we are going to a map 5, ladies and gents. Make Daddy will pick up that second round. And now it's all bets are off. All bets are definitely off. There's no pressure on either team. Maybe a bit of negativism, negative feelings, and bitter taste in the mouth of Covalent that they couldn't seal it and they couldn't take it home. But now it really is pretty even. It's anyone's. It's all up for grabs right now between the two teams in this last tiebreak.
Man, I'm just trying to think. Like, it really is up for grabs. But what went wrong? How did they lose their pace? And all of a sudden, it was this tidal wave of the Mac Daddy force, and then they will go in non-stop, right? Like GQI again with the dashes, Chao and Xavier. I think the thing that started it off, the first domino to fall, was Xavier placing down his turret, and it was kind of there. Nobody took it down yet because they couldn't until someone spawned, and it just allowed for this wave to start coming through, right? The first turret, and it already took them down to maybe 80%. I don't know. He had the recall spring on it, and Xavier was still alive, and they were trying to take him down. And because they were focused on that one brawler, that one player, the rest of the team pushed up. And then it just kind of happened again and again. Next player comes in, they focus on defending against that one wave. One wave falls, the next one comes in, and then they just couldn't play their offensive game any longer. And once that happens, you start to lose your footing, you lose momentum, and you're just stuck playing defense. That's something that you cannot have happen on Heist. Otherwise, it becomes either you play defense or you go for a base race. Unless you play defense extremely well, even with a team wipe, it still feels difficult. And I think that's where the negative feelings come in, Phil. So this is really it. It's the last map. It's going to be Snaked Assault. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, we've seen this map quite a lot today already, but for these two teams, I really don't quite know how to predict it. They've come really close, but yeah, right now I think Covalent, they aren't feeling the best.
Well, then let's not speak too much. Let the teams do the talking, and we are just here to guide the viewers on this amazing journey. What a day we've had so far. And this is only the lower bracket. It's the first match of the lower bracket. So we still have plenty to go, actually. And yeah, we have this match. We have one more match. And then we have the lower bracket final. And then we have the grand final. So, you know, it could be a Cinderella story for McDaddy. You know, they didn't start off too well. They got too old, I think, from the start of the competition, and yeah, both sides could clinch it.
It really could. I would love to see that Cinderella story happening. I mean, if that is what Mac Daddy needs, if they just need to find that one glass slipper, and all of a sudden they become this beautiful princess or what have you, and then they take Covalent down, by, by all means, you know, Snake Assault again. It's snaky. I don't know. I mean, it's a map that has these interesting grass patches that are spread across the map. You have it on somewhere around the center, you have it somewhere around the left and right sides as well, which really allows for what we've seen to happen today, which is the Rosa brawlers to come out, right? They just use the unfriendly bushes, they pop their supers, they punch each other a whole bunch, and that could happen again. Both teams seem to play almost similar brawler compositions, not quite the exact same, as they still have their own plans, but I don't know. I think we would see a lot of Jessies, because so far it does seem like Xavier likes to play Jessie. You know, deploy the turret, and it does a lot. The rest of the team can be kind of a toss-up. But here it is, the game is starting soon, and take us away, Phil. Oh wait,
So down the middle, there we go. Here's the lineup. We have an Ems, we have a Max, we have a Melee, and they're gonna go for the dash and chase. Xavier early on T-Res with the backstab. Xavier will go down very quickly, but not before he gets the turret up. Turret will do a couple of damage, but already we do have that Ems, and I think they're gonna go for the base race, but at the moment they will lose it. CGQI taking a lot of damage. T-Res will land a couple shots in. Roses also will complement him. So that's 2 down. The Bosch just waiting to get in to help his teams, but his teammates are not there yet. Now they are. Roses will drop Chow. Here comes the ult from Roses. Xavier is slowed. T-Res needs to move in and needs to help his team out. 73-60. The Bosch almost going down. He will go down now. Roses going to potentially get a double. And now T-Res in the background. This is what they need to do. They need to split the attention, but now he's forced all the way back. The Bosch needs to go through. I don't have no idea what the Bosch is doing. He's more of a liability to his team right now than an asset. And already CGQY gets a double shot in, plus that super brings it to 52-51. And if Covalents don't tighten up their shift right here, that's going to be it. The turret is there. Massive fire onto it. 24, 18, 19, 10, 51. Like CGQI just needs to jump through. Gonna super, and that's going to be it. I feel like, oh man, I have no idea. What is the Bosch doing? Like, I have no idea what he was doing that whole game. Like, he was up front, didn't push in, has massive amount of health, and just like pure disappointment. If you're not going to do anything, like, at least stay back and defend. Even on defense, didn't really chase, was super hesitant, and that cost them the round. So I don't know, man.
In Covalence's defense, I think what they were trying to go for would be for the Max player to pop the super, get the speed boost, and then Debosh as Rosa push in really aggressively and just everyone pile on and do damage onto Mac Daddy's vault. But this did not work because of we had I think an Ems at some point. Really, it was Xavier, because his turret, the placement, the timing of placing it down at the same time, he knows how to do this. He places it in spots where the Bosch wouldn't spawn near around and nobody's within range to take it out, and it really just, it was left alone and it did so much damage. T-Rez tried to shoot the turret down, but he didn't quite connect his shots and things just fell apart. Now they're trying to target priority onto Xavier.
See, this is what they needed the whole time.
Well, if the camera shifts down, you will see GQI still taking a lot of shots onto Covalent's vault. Just take a look.
Man.
It's ticking away per
but
second.
They'll win the base race right here if they keep putting the pressure on.
Let's see.
I don't know what they're doing. They hesitated again.
Oh, okay.
They are very lucky that CGQI didn't get the super up. They are so lucky. And now we are on match point. It could go either way.
It's really close. The only reason why CGQI does not have his super is because you don't build supers when you do damage on the vaults. You build supers when you hurt opponents. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Phil. They were a bit scared. They were cautious of the fact that someone would respawn and they didn't want to die too soon. So this time it's gonna be Roses, really aggressive, already up front. Now Debosh does counter the GQI plays, and this could be what they need. T-Rez, if he stays alive, pop the super for his team. They push up front. That's gonna be the damaging play. Now here it goes, but at the same time, the Mac Daddy team has already respawned. They might have missed an opportunity there. Let's see what happens. Roses pops his super, and now the spritz of perfume will come out. 93%. I think looking, is the same thing gonna happen again?
GQI already at the back. Yeah.
He's at the back.
They need to overpower. They need to overpower because it's taking away. And now they just need to keep spamming. That's all they need to do.
Well, GQI trying things a little bit different this time around as he comes back to support his team, essentially pulling off a bit of a flank. T-Rez stuck in a corner, in fact. Falls to Xavier, and now GQI gets off another super. Roses has to put a stop to this. Oh, the turret! And there it goes. GQI, yet another super. It's down to 5,000, 4,000, 8% left. Covalent, what is going on? Debosh, though, needs to keep that at bay. This could be it. Another spritz of perfume, and it's game over. Mac Daddy down from 50 to 0. Covalent almost lost it, but they came back at the last second.
Oh man, really I don't know if this is gonna be enough coming into the next stages. Whether this is enough to pose any like anything against Byro. This I don't know. It wasn't very convincing. Maybe they'll be able to do better. But yeah, what a spicy match. It is definitely hot in here. And we're going to go to a short break. So go and wash your face, grab an icy chilled drink, whatever you need to do. And we'll be back in about 4 minutes time with the next best of 5.
here we are. Welcome back, everyone, to the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. I hope we are a little bit more warmed up and awake right now because it's going to be the lower bracket finals. It's UPRU versus Covalent, and man, oh man, those previous games really were close, maybe confusing. I am a little bit scared. But against UPRU, Covalent is going to need everything that they got because UPRU is a team that has been pretty darn strong today. You know, they knocked MacDaddy down 2-0. Covalent fought against MacDaddy and it kind of went 3-2, right, in the overall map count, which is, I don't know. It's scary. It's scary. Oh boy.
Yeah. And
no more room for hesitation.
you can't. You just can't, because I think if they do that and they go into the final against Byro, it's not good enough. It's as plain and simple as that.
It's not good enough.
So who do we have? We have Covalent versus
UPRU, that's right.
UPRU, yeah.
It's gonna be a tough one.
I mean, it's I don't know. I think if they played the way they did, I think UPRU are not gonna have a difficult time dispatching them. But they could have some pocket strats. They could have some interesting surprises in hand, so we'll see.
Who knows? But it's not good enough. They gotta do better. They really do. I mean, okay, so maybe they've got pocket strats. That remains to be seen. But just a little bit of history, right? So they played the qualifiers yesterday, Covalent. They beat Waffles Monster. They beat a team called Triple K, and then they beat Byro 2-0. Although today they lost. And then they faced off against UPRU in yesterday's grand final for the qualifiers, in which they lost 2-1. So UPRU beat them 2-1. Could this happen again? That is the question. Of course, like you said, Phil, if they played the way that they just did, which was, quite a bit of hesitation, they were getting countered, they were scared, then, UPRU, we've seen how these guys play. They are bulldozers. They just walk in and pulverize anything in their path. So, Covalent, they got to step it up. They can't play it the same way. I mean, they've got a lot of fans here as well in the chat, right? So they need to show what they're made of. The very first map, of course, right now in the lower bracket final, is going to be GG Mortuary, and I think this is a map where they could stand a better chance, right? There aren't very clear lanes unless you break apart the obstacles, and then again, even if you do take those picket fences down, it's a very open battlefield right in the center, a place where sharpshooters will shine. That's a bit of tongue twister. Sharpshooter will shine. Yeah, so of course expect to see Colts. It's a brawler that you see almost in every GG Mortuary game, but it's up to the rest of the team to fill in those blanks and how they will complement that sort of Colts, maybe Colette sharpshooter strategy. I don't know. What do you think? Are we gonna see a Colette again? An 8-bit?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. We have seen Piper. I don't know. What would you want to see, frankly?
Mortis.
Ooh.
As much as yeah. But I don't think we'll.
Yeah, probably not.
But they need to get rid. So there's definitely going to be a Colt, right? There's definitely going to be a Colt because they need to get rid of the. They need to get rid of the fence with the golden bullet, essentially. Because if they don't, then they can't really maneuver around anywhere. So I think it's 100% we're going to see a Colt. And then after that, it's anyone's guess.
Here's what I want to see. I want to see a thrower. Because we haven't seen that yet. Who knows? It could have something different, right? Okay, we're gonna see, of course, Finest, Sam, and Cross again. You know, we've seen them make this play before. In fact, we have seen sorry, I'm blanking. The Nani brawler before as well, right? You know, teleport behind enemy lines. You do a lot of damage. In fact, the Peep can explode and break open obstacles as well. This is very common, but if you had a thrower, things could be a little bit different. Could mix things up a bit. But anyway, into this game, and it's going to be a very early start for Covalent as they take down a couple players, right? Roses is connecting his shots. Take a look at that. A double kill. Might even find the third. Cross is down to 500 points of health, and you can feel the pressure. Drago is establishing his presence, and Cross feels it. He's dancing back and forth, and now he's trying to find revenge, but immediately gets taken out by the Bosch. Oh my gosh, it's a 3v2. Still though, it's only 10%, which means UPRU can come back pretty quickly. As I say that, Finest will find Drago, and here it comes, the comeback game.
Well, they just need to get into position. Here comes the Nani ult into the back. The boss, don't know whether he's going to teleport. No, he just goes for the damage. So 81-83 right now in favor of Covalent at the moment. Sam, Finest, folded Cross. Couple of shots coming through from Roses. Doesn't connect at all. And here comes the boom from Sam. He uses that super. They're going to go for another jump. Folded Cross comes in. And now it's taking away the health. Finest with 3 volleys onto the safe. 81-14. Now they have a team wipe. Nani's coming in. Probably going to go for the teleport. Should go for the teleport. No, it just goes for the damage again, but misses. So no damage on the safe. Just damage on those brawlers, but not even a kill. So Sam has the ult. All she has to do is just jump in. 1% health left, and that's it.
Oh my gosh. Boom, here comes the boom. How you like me now? And that is UPRU. They take Covalent down with ease. Kind of what we maybe sort of expected. What do you think is going wrong with Covalent? I mean, I know we saw, was it Dabosh? I mean, the one who was playing Nani, you know, missing a couple of those Nani Peep supers and not going for the teleport. In fact, I mean, they were just down to like, what was it, 80 to 10%, and if
something like that,
went for the teleport, that would have been a pretty tough situation as well. I mean, you go behind, but then you leave your front open, and it's just a tough situation overall. What do you think they should have done or could have done to prevent things like that from happening? Because they were doing fairly well at the start. It just so happened that once Finest started to, you know, put on the pressure, I put the pedal to the metal, and he just came up forward. They started to, you know, really work together as a team to do a lot of damage to the vault, and Covalent just couldn't seem to respond to it.
You just got to be more aggressive, and if you're gonna go for the Nani, go for the teleport so you can split the attention of the opponent. But yeah, I mean, right now, they are taking out one. That's Folded Cross going down. Drago almost going down as well, but he'll stay alive and he'll regen. Roses now with the super, so she's just waiting to get into position, and then she'll parasol over, and we'll be able to get some damage even when they respawn. So Folded Cross onto the Bosch, and Covalent leaked him through. So 62% to 100 with UPRU in a very, very, very dominant lead. I think, yeah, they are in a pretty dominant lead at the moment. So Nani with the super goes in, And I think for now they're doing a great job, but it's a full team wipe. And let's see whether Covalent can get enough damage on.
They're trying, but no, not enough damage. In fact, the respawns are already in play, and Drago gets traded out by Nest. He's trying to juke the shots, and he won't, because the Bosch is a little bit more accurate this time around. Let's see where this peep will go. Ooh, Sam kind of body blocks it. I think he wanted to go for the teleport, but couldn't. And, wow. Still, Covalent needs to make a play, but they can't quite make it happen. In fact, it's going to be Cross who teleports behind. They're down to 7,005, 5,005 now. That's 12% remaining. Sam, if he gets within range, you know what's going to happen, Phil? Uh-oh. And here it comes. It's going to be Drago who tries to trade things back into their favor. Cross is the only one left alive, but even then, it's 50% that they need to bring down to less than 12. Can they do it? That's the question. They're trying. It's 30%, but now it's another team wipe. And here it is. It's going to be UPRU to put it to them. Boom, and their vault disappears. UPRU. Takeaway map number 1.
Well, what did I say? They need to step it up. If not, that's going to be it. And I think UPRU just more decisive in action, right? More aggressive, more decisive in action, more map awareness with their lineup, and they knew how to switch up strategy from offense to defense at the right moments in the right time.
Yeah. I mean,
Covalent had the windows. They had the windows of opportunity. They just didn't take them. Just the hesitation, right?
I guess so, because there was that one moment they actually had the team wipe.
They had the team wipe. They had the team wipe multiple times. They had it like 2 times, I think, 2 or 3 times as well, and they didn't utilize it.
And of course, the respawns come in. Sometimes it's also a little bit maybe unfortunate. You could see the Nani player trying to do his thing, but sometimes they get body blocked. It's tough. But at the same time, I want to say it's an interesting choice to go with a Piper, because we did not really see a Piper on UPRU's side, right? It's on Piper, of course, you know, long range duels, she is absolutely strong. Roses, in fact, landed a lot of shots, and he, even at least in the first round, came up with like double kill, close to triple. But, you know, Piper, you trade that for a Colette. It really depends on how your team plays. If you can support the Piper or give her space to do her thing, then it would work out beautifully, right? You have to land your shots. You have to take your opponents out and disable them, keep them from pushing in towards your vault. But if you don't do that, then you kind of lose your edge. Then a Colette might have been a better choice. It's tough. The variables, the strategy, the mechanics of the game. It just seems like the stars aren't quite aligning for Team Covalent right now. So I don't know. A bit of hesitation, a little bit unlucky. What do they need to really just like? Do they need like this sudden boost in confidence? Will winning one round change things for them? If we read the chat, I saw who is it? T-Rez, who played for Covalent. He said something like, "Man, I don't know why we're losing. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. I'm damn tired." So, I guess that could be a reason why. Well, we're going into hot potato. I hope he's not tired anymore. maybe take Phil's advice, you know, grab a snack or something, keep yourself awake. What do you got for us, Phil?
I don't know, man. Like, let's see what happens. Finance Sam has Edgar. Edgar comes in, massive amount of damage, full across in position, gets the dot.
Wow.
With all his molos, and he's just slowly ticking away. Also with the territorial control, he's hitting his shots. That's the most important thing, which means he does get his super up, and then he's gonna pop his super. He's in range.
Ooh.
And the safety is just gonna take massive amounts of damage, but the turret is up, and they finally deal with it. So Covalent's not out of it just yet. UPRU
Close.
coming through. Slowly but surely getting in.
Oh, this is nice. They're angry now. I mean, okay, so they know that Sam is on an Edgar, and Drago is smart because he takes out the middle bushes, which is where Sam would want to post himself up. I mean, that's Edgar's playground, hiding in tall grass, playing sneakily, but he gets immediately disabled. In fact, they're going in for it. We have Drago pushing in. He's doing a lot of damage. The Bosch is there to back him up as well. It's not even a base race anymore. It's down to 9%, 10%.
Oh, I got to go for the team wipe.
Ooh.
If he gets this, that's 3 down. Oh, sneaky sneaks.
Was close. But Roses, Jesse, the bullets bounce. And when it comes down to, you know, 2,000, 1,000, that's where Jesse will do the finishing touches, and that's UPRU losing 1 round right now. This could be it. This could be the change up that they need.
It could be. But whether they can do it or not, that's the big question.
No more.
I don't know, man. It's super hot. It's super hot. My brain's getting fried in my room. No fan on, windows closed, broadcast lights.
Phil,
I'm hanging in there.
Death Adder needs fans, guys. He needs more people following him and cheering him on so that he doesn't feel as.
I need to get air conditioning. That's what I need to get.
Yeah. Of course, you know that does help, but. Well, we're back into the game, and it's going to be Covalent trying to pull off the same strategy that they had earlier on, but this time Sam comes in with a big double kill. Drago will fall along with his teammates. They might respawn, but the damage has been done. Take a look at the top right of the screen. It's 46% now. Make that a little bit more, as it's, I think, Cross. Yeah, he's layering on that damage over time again and again. Finesse as well with the bullets bouncing. Ooh, it's not good.
Not good at all, but they're slowly trudged their way in. Defensive turret deployed by Roses, and Finance is taking a lot of damage. They're gonna push through.
Cross.
And UPRU, very dominant. Seesaw. It's a seesaw.
Yep. It happens. What is... Oh man, I can't remember physics. I'm trying to say like what the fulcrum and that point, and then you gotta... I lost it. That's hot potato. And it really is a seesaw, because both teams, they're kind of back at it again with this back and forth style. You can see the Covalent. Maybe they're trying to be less hesitant. They want to push in. But when they get faced off against someone like Folded Cross, someone who just hides around the back, continuously lobs bottles over onto the Covalent's vault, man, it starts to corrode. It starts to rust. And the vault doors swing wide open for UPRU. That's the thing about playing aggressive. That's the thing about hesitation. Is that sometimes they hesitate because they, you know, there's that bit of fear. They want to play it safe. But at the same time, it's just, they need to take Folded Cross out, man. He's still hiding in that corner. Now DeBosch is marking him, cornering him, in fact. He gets taken out, but Sam is pushing up front. He's punching the vault. It's down to 65. Oh my gosh. Oh my. I don't know. They got to be a little bit more tactical about this, because when they die that early on, it allows for players like Sam and Finesse to push up the middle.
Sam right there on that right side. The Bosch goes down, fold across, bang, 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 bang. All the dots from Super on that safe. And Sam will get a couple of quick shots also. Finesse on defense, remember, now he does have his Super up, so he can put a defense turret, and he'll do that right now. They are in trouble. Sam with a jumping gets one, almost gets two. And now Full Across is just gonna pop down all his models. He's juking, he's staying alive. Finesse is there, one more hit. He should have his Super up, and then he'll be able to put down a turret of his own. Roses though with a defensive turret. Full Across comes in. Edgar with the jump. That's Sam. And UPRU will pick up the second round and that second map. And so we go to map point, or match point rather, in this third map that's gonna come up.
Sam. He is the serious Sam. He just goes in. I mean, I don't know what they're kind of like cycling death rotations. I mean, you see Sam just diving in, but he can do that because he doesn't care. If he dies, he's gonna respawn like what, 3 seconds later. While he's doing that, Finest is the one pushing up, and the thing about Finest is that he's playing Jesse. He doesn't even need to get within range, because all he needs to do is to connect his shots onto 1 or 2 players who are trying to take Sam down, and the shots will bounce off and hit onto the Covalent vault anyway. And because they bounce, if they bounce off enough players, enough brawlers, he builds up his Super. He gets his turret in. It's a very sound strategy, and UPRU are playing it to perfection. They know exactly how to position themselves. They're connecting their shots. Sam is diving in and paving the way for his teammates. Not to mention, you know, in the first round, it was Folded Cross who was kind of doing Barley things, #Barley things, just hiding behind obstacles, throw those bottles all over the place. Keeps himself alive with his, I think it's his gadget at the same time. And on the second round, Covalent starts to notice, okay, we gotta mark Cross, because if we leave him alone, he's just continuously gonna do those damage over time attacks. Let's mark him and take him down. But because they divert that many resources to taking down one player, the other 2 get free room to move up front. And it becomes this cycle of like, okay, one guy falls, next guy takes his place. It's Hail Hydra. And UPRU are just going again and again and again, and it's tough, man. It's tough for Covalent to respond to this strategy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Spot on. So we're going to the third map, which could potentially be the last map in this best of 5. If Covalent step it up, we will go into a 4th map, and then we'll see how it goes. But if UPRU play confidently and they play as they have, then they will go into the next stage of the lower bracket, into the lower bracket final.
Well, here it is, match point, and Covalent needs to take UPRU down a notch. If not, they're going to be knocked out of this tournament, and we're going to have a grudge match between UPRU and Byro. They're going into it, and everyone is locking down their individual lanes. Cross by the center, and Drago trying to pull off plays by the right. In fact, he gets to rotate around as well. Sam pops a turret right in the middle, immediately gets taken out by Debosh, which is what he needs to do. So they're wrestling for control over the center right now, but look at where Drago is. He is able to push up deep into the right side and then down to the middle. The shots bounce off and they connect onto the UPRU vault. In fact, allows for the Barley player to pop his super. Roses is doing his thing. Stays alive long enough as well. In fact, building up towards his second super right now. And it's going to be Finest who tries to take him down, but misses. Very nice dodges and jukes and reads from Covalent right now, and it's going to be Dabosh who pushes up front. This time, no hesitation. He reads the game, he sees an opening, and he goes in for it. Drago still very much alive as well, and he's going to bounce those shots off again and again. He's going in for it, and it's going to be Cross who tries to do the same thing back to them. 50% to 80, and Covalent are having a very strong showing right now, Phil.
They are indeed. They'll go for almost everyone down, but Finest will stay alive. Jazz with a bit of health. Needs to be careful though. Turret is up. She's gonna go down. So now it's a 3-on-2 now. Covalent, can they make use of this lead that they have? But Folded Cross coming through will drop Roses. 49-77. Drago gets a couple shots in. The Bosch will also get some damage, but it's a team wipe. Folded Cross now with the damage booster gets in range, and now he just needs to pummel it. But they're smart enough. Roses will spot the damage booster and will pop his super onto it to make sure they don't have anything. Finest has the ult ready to go. Sam as well to get some damage. Finest goes for the jump in. 49-46. And Sam, instead of taking the shot, went for the maneuver. And Covalent are back in it, boys.
Covalent are back in it for one round. They need the second to close out this map, and then you might have a say. But yeah, right now, that was a very good showing. Less hesitation, a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident plays from the team overall. At the same time, I mean, yeah, the Bosch, you know, he saw openings and he went for it. This is what we need from him. The rest of the team, however, I mean, UPRU tried to make their plays, tried to push up front, brought it really close. That's the thing about UPRU. Even though they lost that round, they could have won. It was very close, which just means in the next coming rounds, it's not one-sided at all, and they know how to swing things in their favor. It could go either way. And the way that they're playing right now, you know, same start, individual lanes, trying to go for map control, but Sam is pulling a page out of Drago's playbook. He uses that little connection in the bushes, and he sneaks himself up front and then connects his shots. Look at what he's doing right now. He misses quite a lot of them, but finally gets one onto Roses, trying to hit Covalent's vault. He does not connect that much, but the rest of his team will. In fact, they're down to 42% right now.
Oh, so many supers, but he misclicks.
Yeah, the second one. Well, he's still alive.
He's playing it smart. He'll have his super up in one hit, but Roses will be able to connect with the Molos. He'll use his attacks to take out the damage booster as well, and now Covalent are on the push.
They're trying to push, but look at where Sam is. He's pushing as well. The Bosch will take him down, and Finest still trying to build his super. I mean, he's the one we got to look out for. Then again, this map, you got to get within range. Here it comes. It's the Turret of Doom, and no one is taking it out. Finally, he gets shot down, but they're already down to 66%. Even then, Folded Cross is taking a couple of pot shots. Now they're down to 15. Covalent, not the best position to be in, and that is game. What did I say? They can come back. UPRU knows what they're doing. Covalent needs a lot more than this to beat UPRU. I'm just going to be honest.
They do. They really do. But they managed to force it to this map. We are on match point now. And UPRU are going to want to close this out very quickly. Can they do it? It's anyone's guess.
That could be a thing, right? Because when you get that close and you want to close it out, you might get this little bit of tunnel vision, and then you leave yourself vulnerable. You might make some mistakes that you don't see yourself making. Who knows? Maybe. But the way that they're currently playing, the way that they're positioning themselves, it looks so good, man. Sam doing the same thing. Look at where his bullets are bouncing off. In fact, it's going to be a team wipe already for UPRU. They take Covalent out and they're doing damage onto the vault. It's 100-61 and they get it for free. Sam still connecting every single one of his shots. The Tanuki turret comes out and now they're down to 30, 20%, 10%. Oh my god, this could be game over already. Finally, the turret goes down, but at what cost? 100-10? Oh my gosh. Finesse, you know what you gotta do, buddy. One more super is all he needs. Doesn't even need it. Cross might be the one to close it out. In fact, it's going to be Sam with the acorns from his gun. They bounce off, they hit the vault, and Covalents are gone.
Yeah,
I think
they are gone with the win. What can we say?
Mr. Stark,
well played.
I don't feel so good. And I'm gone with the win.
So that's that, Quack, I guess.
That is that. Well, that's unfortunate for Team Covalent. They get knocked out of the tournament. They put in a good effort, though. I mean, after you called them a liability, and okay, let's be honest, they did make some iffy plays. They came close. They started to come back a little bit. They won one round against UPRU. Well, unfortunately, they got knocked out. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. You know, apparently they have been playing a lot of these, trying to qualify for the Brawl Stars SG Community Rumble games, I think. But yeah, they might be knocked out of this tournament, but they secure themselves that sweet third place prize, which is $150. Split 3 ways, that's not too bad. Not to mention, they qualified, I think, second place yesterday, so it's $50 on top of $150. And who knows, they could come back and qualify for next month's finals. So, commiserations to them. They're out of this tournament, and we're going to go into our next game. Coming up next, it's going to be the grand final, which is UPRU versus Byro, a repeat of what we saw in the upper bracket round 1. Let's see what we'll have. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back after this break. And here it is. It's the grand finals. Welcome back, everyone, from your break. It's the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble May Cup number 2, and we're in the grand finals. It's UPRU versus Team Byro, the team that sent UPRU into the lower bracket finals in the first place. So, a bit of a revenge match. Let's see what happens. It's a hot day, everyone. So, maybe if you got air conditioning, switch it on, have your fans, but really stay hydrated and keep yourself healthy for the day. Right now, we are your casters, Ham Quack, and with me is Death Adder, aka Phil, and we're going to take you through the brackets pretty soon, just to recap everything that happened earlier today. So, Phil, why don't you take us through this one?
So we have UPRU dropping McDaddy 2-0. They went into the upper bracket final where they lost to Byro 3-1 in a very closely contested match. Byro taking out Covalent 2-1 and then booking their slot after their win against UPRU. So they were your first grand finalists. McDaddy got knocked out by Covalent 3-2 in a very, very seesawish match. And then Covalent just basically got stomped over by UPRU. A couple of close rounds, but UPRU just more disciplined in the end. And now they have a chance at revenge, a vengeance. And they will go up against Byro in this grand final. It is a best of 5. And this could go either way, I think. Byro, remember, just inching their way through UPRU in the upper bracket final. It was pretty close, actually. So this could go either way.
It really could. Just take a look at the maps right now for the grand finals. They were a little bit similar. I mean, okay, it's all heist, so the maps are pretty much all the same. The only difference is the order in which they are played. And taking a look at them, it's maps that Byro and UPRU have played today. The order in which at the same time might in fact maybe favor Byro, because it's the maps that they beat UPRU on in the upper bracket final, right? The very first map right now is going to be Central Traffic, and we've seen this before. We've seen the crazy hyper-aggressive stew plays from players on Byro's side, but whether or not they're going to do the same thing, it remains to be seen. In fact, they're going to pull a page out of Covalent's playbook. We have Seichi on the Rosa. He's going to get countered by Finesse, but wow, the positioning alone just kind of lured Finesse up front, and then Seichi comes in with the punches. And he takes him out. Still, kind of Byro in control. They immediately get a team wipe, and Seiichi is happy. Down to 47% will be UPRU's fault. Let's see how they counter.
They slowly making their way through the middle, and as we said, target priority is so important. They split the attention of UPRU. They go by the left, they go by the right, they go down the middle as well. And now it's down 100 to 25%. Byro just taking the lead. The counterattack comes in now. Pull across on that right flank, and I think they're just gonna let him in, and then they go for the base race. There's no way they're gonna be able to out DPS him, and they are okay, a-okay. So Byro will take that first round convincingly. They knew that even if they went to a base race and they let one slip, there's no way, with a 3v1 in that situation, would anyone be able to take out the spot, unless maybe the turret. If he had a turret, then maybe he could have done it with the rapid fire.
Maybe. But then again, the way Byro's playing right now, oof. This is the exact same brawler composition that Covalent was trying to play back against. Wait, no, it wasn't against UPRU. It was against McDaddy earlier on in the day.
Yes.
And they're schooling us, man. They're teaching us, hey, this is how you play this composition. Yeah, everyone's playing the similar lanes, but what really impresses me is how Seiichi is playing Rosa. Yeah, Rosa against Ems is a bit of a tough matchup because Ems can keep her opponents at bay. You know, the damage over time will really hurt Rosa, despite being a heavyweight brawler, like a tanky brawler. Her health pool will, you know, get whittled down if an Ems knows how to play at range. But because Seiji was juking around back and forth, he knows to close in the distance. He knows not to get slowed. Not to mention the rest of the team as well. I mean, if you look at how Aaron was playing Max, he's not overtly unnecessarily aggressive. He's hiding in the bushes. He knows when to pop the super for his team. And then when they get the team wipe, they see a clear opening, no hesitation. They are not scared. They're like, all right, we got it. Let's go in. The red carpet's rolled out for us. Let's just go in and do as much damage as possible. In one moment, they take it down from 100 to 60%. And of course, you know, folded cross. You might try to do your thing as Barley, but we don't care because we are a team and you're just one guy. And that's what they do. It's Byro.
Indeed, that is exactly what they do. And they do not disappoint. So we're going to go into round 2 very shortly, just waiting for the teams to get into the lobby. And yeah.
I'm so going to win everything.
And there it is. Same exact brawler composition. Well, both sides actually playing the exact same one. Finest trying to fight against Ichi right now. It's kind of a mirror matchup on every single lane. So, oh my god, the boxing is coming in. Finesse is kind of winning though, and Seichi is forced to back out. In fact, he pops the gadget to kind of slow them down a little bit. Sam takes Vex down, and this is, his dangerous territory for Byro right now. I tooted their horn a little bit too much. And Cross is showing that he knows how to play Max as well. Look at that dash. Oh my gosh, Aaron needs to take him out. He finally will be able to do that with a bit of a strafe. And that's going to be Seiichi now, who gets countered by Sam. Aaron goes in to support his teammate. And this is going to be the counter from Byro. They ignore Finest and they just go in for the base. They see the opportunity and they seize it.
61-84. They need to get in because they are taking a lot of damage. Now the body block coming in before the cross is there. They are leaking.
What?
It's slowly but surely. 37-78. They need to take out Finest. I think they want to go for the base race, but if they're not able to get this, they will have lost it. Seichi coming in, has that super, pops in now. 15. They need to take out Finest. They're able to isolate him. Oh my god. What is happening?
What is going on? Finest is just there. This is his home now. He just puts a couple more punches into the Byro Vault. The entire game he was there. They left him alone. I mean, they could have gone in for the, base race, the 3-1 onto the vault, but
they couldn't because they were getting eliminated. Like, they kept trying to push in, but they kept getting dropped, and then they hesitated. It's hesitation at the end of the day. It really is hesitation following everything that these guys are doing. It's just, just super hesitant.
Yikes. Well, still, they're going at it again, and it's the exact same brawler composition. What is going to be different this time round, hopefully, for Byro's strategy? They're switching things up. Vex is playing hyper aggressive. He's pushing up forward, and in fact, he's going to find the first frag. Takes one out, and now Finest will fall. Seiji tries to mark the Max player, but lets him slide. Now 3 players hesitated a little bit, and the UPRU team will respawn. They're going in for the base race right now, and it's kind of working out, but keep in mind there is still a Max towards the Byro Vault. Here it comes. It's folded cross, and he goes in back for the flank. Tries to take Aaron out, but Aaron's still alive. Oh my gosh, it's down to 8%. Aaron could be the one to close it out. He's going in from the top right. He gets cornered. He gets down. And it's going to be Seiji and Vex who tries to switch things up. Vex, oh my gosh, it's so paramount that he stays alive. If he falls and no one's there to back him up, the game is gone. Aaron thankfully will come back in, and now Seiji and Aaron want to push up front. Vex, how do you do this? Defend. The rest of the team, they're trying to do something. Seichi just goes for a couple more punches, and that's gonna be it. Byro takes this map home. And wow, UPRU came close. Really close, but Byro was one step ahead.
Very interesting. And like you said, they'll take that first map. So it's 1-0 on the map count in this best of 5. And it's close. It's actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. But I mean, it was pretty close as well, right? In the previous match, it was 3-1, but in terms of how the rounds went, it wasn't terribly like one way.
Really wasn't. Oh my gosh, this is going to be one heck of a grand final. This is reminiscent of what we saw with Byro versus Team Flash. If you remember that one, it's going to be crazy. So that's going to be the first map, Central Traffic. We're moving on into the next, which is Safe Zone. Again, open. We've seen Barley's, we've seen Jesse's, we've seen Colette's. It all remains, it's up to the teams and how they want to play. I mean, we've seen Folded Cross with Crow plays as well. I don't know if he's going to do that again in the grand finals, but, well, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, everyone, stay hydrated, I hope. It is a hot day. I am getting murdered by mosquitoes. How are you feeling, Phil?
It is rough weather in Singapore, man. Very rough weather. It's been getting hotter and hotter, and then we've been having rain, but we're having like interspersed rain, right? Earlier in the month and last month it was just like typhoon rain, but now it's like rain, hot, rain, hot, rain, hot. That's the worst when it's super humid right after it rains. It's worse. Oh my gosh. It is super crazy. So
that's why I've been getting mosquitoes in my room.
Yeah. Ladies and gents, like, make sure you're hydrated, get those icy drinks. If you don't have AC, keep taking those cold showers, get some fans.
Well, it happens. It's Singapore weather. We're used to it. Global warming is not a good thing. Well,
I don't know, man. Like, they say you can get used to weather, but I've been here for like a good 20 over years.
This one is known as Code Black, right?
It is Code Black. Yeah,
that's right. That's when in the army, and it's literally too hot to conduct any training. And that's Code Black. There's a certain temperature that they look out for. Anyway, back in the game, it's going to be Aaron as Edgar. And he's diving in. He already took one player out, and now he's looking to mark Cross down, but Cross is just going to lay out traps for him as he walks over the bottles of doom. And it's going to be Seichi who tries to shoot him down now, but Cross is still alive, and because he's alive, he's able to throw those bottles again and again. Byro's vault down to 72% now, and Aaron needs to stay alive long enough to find a prime position and then jump in at the strike when the iron is hot. Still, it's going to be the Byron player, Finesse, who is keeping his teammates alive. This is a pretty tough game for Byro. Aaron needs to dive in, and he will. Takes the Byron out, and now it's all up to Sam and Folded Cross. Meanwhile, Seichi is doing his thing. We know him to do this. Damage booster goes out, and the damage will come in. It's going to be UPRU's vault down to 5%, 0%, as Aaron puts the finishing blows. And Byro takes away round 1.
Looks like that rest period is really paying off for these guys. For Byro, remember they were able to sit out 2 games, which meant they had a good, I think, an hour and a half of extra rest, maybe 2 hours.
They were watching.
And that's the big thing. And they were watching, so they had time to do. They had time to do analysis. And that I think really could be the difference maker in this.
100% right. I mean, Aaron is watching the games. He's even analyzing a little bit in the comments for us in that Covalent UPRU game. Yeah, he shared some comments about the debauch, the liability and hesitation. So, yeah, I mean, he streams as well, and he's got a lot of interesting insights. So give him a quick follow. I mean, he's on Twitter at Aaron Brawl, I believe. And right now, it's going to be Vex who comes back into the game. The super comes out, and it wipes the UPRU squad. Aaron this time on Surge, which we know him for. And he has those teleports, even gets the first stripe. And now he's going looking for the third. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a tough game for UPRU right now as their vault is down to 43%. Even the support from Vex as well keeps his teammates alive. Zeichi with the damage booster out now. Oh, let's see how UPRU responds to this. Finesse tries to juke back and forth, but despite being alive, can't quite defend the vault. And as I say all of this, Zeichi and Vex will do all the damage in the world and take the UPRU vault down. They take this map number 2 home as well. And that means UPRU at match point. I mean, well, UPRU backs against the wall. Byro at match point.
Yeah, and both sides. Is it match point? Are we on the third map already?
Okay. 2 already.
Oh. It's the heat, man.
It
gets
is the
to you.
heat. You know what? I don't know. Maybe Phoenix from Valorant is doing some things. He's like, joke's over. I don't know. Remember, stay out of the flames, yeah? We're going into the third map, and this could be it. Our brains are frying. We are sweating through our clothes. You can't see my pit stains because I've got a jacket on. But right now, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon. And it's one that we have seen Byro perform extremely well on. This is going to be a tough fight for UPRU. They need everything that they've got just to stay alive in this grand final. Kaboom Canyon, again, I mean, we have seen the Jesse plays on both sides before, the Colette plays even. But more interestingly, is Aaron gonna stick to this sort of surge plays and maybe toy and juke around the UPRU shots? Or maybe UPRU, Full Boss, might come out with... I mean, we've seen him on Barley, but we have also seen him on Crow, and I don't know. Crow on Kaboom Canyon could be a fairly strong pick. It's worked before, you know, in the first game of the day.
It has worked before, so let's not discount it. But they're definitely gonna want to go for a very quick win. So I think this is the time now that they'll pull out the pocket strat and at least secure that first round very, very quickly, and then pile on the pressure in that second round.
Well, while they're radiating up, they're probably discussing their strats. And this is gonna be interesting, to say the least, because Aaron is playing support this time around, and he's gonna be on Poco. Pops the healing waves real quick for Vex, and that's gonna heal him a little bit over time. He got slowed down as well, and what did I say? Folded cross on Crow? He's gonna do it. He's got those daggers, and he isn't afraid to abuse them. Zeichi might even fall to the damage over time right now, but Folded Cross just jumps all the way across over to the center and immediately falls. It's gonna be Vex as Colette, who does quite a bit of work right now, and Zeichi, not to mention. Keep in mind, this guy with the damage booster, he goes to town. He makes it his home. It's UPRU's fault, and they're down to 20%. Oh, this could be it. This could be it. Vex is just continuously doing damage. Zeichi pops the pin, and they are still at 100%. UPRU can't quite do anything to respond to this. That's it. That's already it. That's only the first round, and UPRU has not found an answer to these advances from Byro.
I don't know. What can they do, Quack? It's rough. But they definitely need to.
I'm not quite
It's
sure.
one of those
either.
maps that can go fast, like really, really quickly, right?
Yeah, it really is. I don't think Crow is the way to go for folded cross. I mean, I know he's a really strong Crow player. We have seen him on this brawler so much today already, and don't get me wrong, he does a good job. But against players like when you have a Poco that can heal up the team, your daggers and your poison effectively gets rendered useless. Not to mention, Seichi and Vex can dish out so much damage that Crow dies immediately. So if you have a Crow, it kind of comes down to Finest and Sam to back it up. And maybe Sam this time will, as he builds up towards his super, pops it, and both sides are down to 87. I say that, and it quickly becomes 74. Now Byro are stuck, and they're trying to play this defensive game. But you know, they can turn the tables around really quickly. Again, this is Grand Finals. It is match and game point for both sides right now. I mean, for Byro. I mean, if UPRU loses this round, that is it, and Byro takes Grand Champion. So they need this win as much as possible.
They do indeed. And at the moment, 41 to 87. Byro on the defense right now. UPRU have really pushed them all the way back, but we might see a team wipe. Full across, just trying to juke all the way in and trying to distract. Aaron almost going down. They're going to be able to get a couple of hits onto that save. Full across, just slowly but surely doing it. And that'll bring it down to 23. Oh, here comes the jump in. That's going to bring it down to 11. Full across
One
comes
more.
through. Seichi. Oh, easy peasy with the super. You know, with those jumps connecting on the vault as well as on the brawlers, allows him to get the super out even more quickly, and just those wombo combos allowing UPRU to be able to pick up a round. So they're not out of it yet. They'll bring it to a tie break and potentially a fourth map. But Byro, they need to. I think now is also another time to pull out another pocket strat, another another shock and awe, which I think they do have. The question is, will UPRU go super aggressive again, or will they switch up their tactics?
Oh my gosh, Aaron is gone Crow now. In fact, I think is it like a Phoenix Crow skin? It's the one with the flames, and it's gonna be a full-on mirror match on both sides. Is this a pocket strat? I don't know, but let's see if Aaron is that good, as good of a Crow as he is a Surge. But right now it's gonna be the first super from Sam, and Seichi goes in, gets taken out. No, not looking too good right now, if I do say so myself. He jumps in, gets down really low, gets taken out by Finest, and it's going to be Seichi and Vex to kind of put them, buy time for Aaron to respawn. This is a tough game, and Sam is just repeatedly building up his super. Yet another dive in from Aaron, but it does not take Sam or Finest out. Seichi now with the dive is going to take out the support player, but Sam is still alive. He has the shield as well, so they don't want to hurt him while he has it up. Now it gets taken out. There it is. Sam is dead. And 3v2, let's see if Byro will be able to make their claim here. Ooh! Wow.
Oh.
Jumps in, takes folded cross out.
Whoa. Byro. Vex getting a double. Seichi comes in now with a super as well. 37-64.
Oh.
Vex. They know that Vex is the healer. They know he's here to sustain, so they're trying to target him. But now, Seichi, Aaron, they are just keeping him alive. They know the key is to take out Vex, and so far they are unable to do so. So he's able to sustain them. Seichi has a super ready to go. Aaron with a jump. Aaron goes for the backstab. Polar Cross goes down. Seichi coming in with a jump in. Now Vex, half health. They need to take him out, but they're unable to do. Seichi with the ult. Vex coming through. Has that super. Will sustain. Pops the super as well. They're on that safe. 18 health. 14, 10, 8, 7, 4, 3. They've done it. Byro with the sneaky sneaks. Vex staying alive, able to juke. Wow.
was awesome.
Wow.
That's me at the end of every game. Yeah, that really is just wow. It looked like they were losing, right, Phil? But
It did.
Jesus.
But Vex just staying alive, using his ults, using his jukes, able to do the heals as well and get them into position.
I think Sage even tanked some shots for him at a point.
He did.
But not to mention, while that was happening, they were trying to mark Vex down, right? Aaron diving in. That was a pretty big play too.
High risk, high reward, and it worked out for them. So congratulations to Byro. They walk away with $550, and then UPRU not too bad as well, 300, I think.
Yes,
350 or 300, and then 100, and then $50, I think, if I'm not wrong. Something like that. We'll go to the brackets and show you the full journey of all the teams. And there you go. Byro took out Covalent, took out UPRU, and then took out UPRU as they clawed their way back through the lower bracket to 3-0. UPRU losing to Byro in the upper bracket final, was knocked down to the lower bracket final, and then made their way to the final. So Byro is in first place, UPRU come in second, Covalent in third, and Mick Daddy in fourth.
That's right. And the prize distribution as it goes: fourth place gets you $50, third place $150, second place $300, and first place, of course, going to Team Byro, or Byro Residents as they were used to call. First place is $550, 500 buckaroos, and bragging rights. They are your grand champions of the second May Cup in this Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. Aaron with the crazy crow plays, showing that he is kind of that assassin, up in your face player. Seiichi with the 8-bit, the Colette plays, and not to mention Vex supporting and everything else. This is your team for the month, Team Byro.
Yeah, so all we have left is social media shoutouts. I'm at DeathAdderSG on Facebook, The Phil Effect on Twitter, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/DeathAdderSG. Quack, what are you?
I am I'm Quack all over the place. Follow me if you want to read stupid stories, things that happen in my life as I go for auditions and talk about Skyrim. Yep. Those are our social media handles. Feel free to follow us. But also, I mean, really support. This cannot be done without support from ESL Asia as well as the Supercell team. You know, Brawl Stars is developed by Supercell, and our producer, Ultraman I, has been with us throughout this entire day, and she does a great job. So, round of applause to everyone.
Well, Quack, take us out. Do the honors.
To be honest. Well, this has been an incredible day. Shout outs to all the players involved as well. Thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe to the Facebook page, the YouTube channel. It's Death Adder and me. Hey, I'm Quack. And we will see you next month, guys. See you again.
Upru.